Hello, it's me, Raven. Welcome, everybody. We are doing our last chapter of the SCP story we've been working on. Oh, there's a kitty coming. I hear her. Oh, it's him. Hello. It's both of them. They're fighting. Yeah. I caught you. I don't know what they're doing. The lady was being very cuddly right before stream. And then now, I guess they are doing a play. Hello, everybody. Hi, Arctic. Hi, Lahonk. We are going to give it a few minutes before I put things up on screen. Because it is a very sensitive topic. This frickin' story has got stuffs in it that even when trying to put up the trigger warning, I'm a little nervous I'm gonna get bonked on some platform. But hellos! I hope everybody's Sunday is going well. I'm hoping that we can finish chapter 5, our current chapter that we are on, and the epilogue that I found while I was doing a quick scroll. I found, okay, there's this many addendums. There's a lot, so it's gonna be a while reading this one. But then there's also a thing at the bottom, and I didn't open up all the addendums. So probably we're gonna even need yet another stream to do this, or else I'm here all night. I'm uncertain which one I would do, but yeah. Hello, Vedas Hope. Thank you. Yeah, I hope we have a great time. Excuse me. I did have some caffeination. It should kick in soon. I don't know why I'm tired. I did do a lot yesterday, but oh gosh, they're dunking around. Okay, I didn't do that much that should make me sleepy now. I got sleep. I don't know. But yeah. I'll put up the thing very shortly. It's part of why I had the starting soon up for a little while. We could probably even begin now, but I'm nervous every time. That frog ain't right. What do you mean the frog ain't right? Which frog you coming at? How are you and Herbert? They're asking about you, Herbert. Hello. I'm alright. But he's being a little creepy. Back at Emerald Lake, I put him on a shelf next to my computer, and I make sure he faces the wall because otherwise it feels like he's watching me all the time in a creepy way. And this time he's here. And I mean, Vi's little singing frog feels less alive, but the eyes are inverted pupil colors. Like, you've seen Herbert. He's got the whiter outer part of the eye and the dark pupil. The little one, which is probably joined the freaking cult of Herbert, has black outer and pinpoint white pupils. You look like a demon. I hadn't looked at his eyes before. I was very concerned. But Herbert, until I just picked him up, was hanging out, creeping around my water bottle, looking at me like, hello? And I'm thinking, go away, stop creeping on me. I don't know what he's gonna do with his cult, but it does look very much like he's got a new member. Why does everyone eat the frogs? I don't know. I don't know why they want to do that. And I deeply disagree. I'm not eating any frogs. I'm definitely not eating wooden frogs. Have you tried to eat a wooden instrument? I don't want to. I don't recommend it. Feels like a very, very bad time. Oh. You know, you little frog. Wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. The real question we should be asking is, why don't you want to eat them? Because no, frogs are friends, not food, and a wooden frog. Why? Do you want to eat a twig? Do you want to eat a piece of firewood? Why? Why? Anyway, you weirdos. Well, Raven said, thank you, artist. Alright. I will. And if we don't like ranch frigid, what then? I know I've probably alienated people, but I don't actually like ranch. I'm not a big fan. If it's inside another sauce, it's more likely to have a chance to starve. I can eat things other than frogs. I insist on it. I am very picky about my ranch. There you go. Anyway, okay, yes, I will begin the spoopy time. Now, we know this story is gonna be dark, twisty, intense, violent, gory, any combo of those. But I will put up the trigger warning in a second. And make sure that we all know. Oh, why is my caffeine not kicking in? Herbert cannot be eaten. He is stronger as chat. He can spoke some spells. This is why I have him 6. This is why I gave him 69% of my blood for his cult. I didn't know he was doing blood things. The fuck? Herbert, why? Why are you taking blood donations? This is not right. Oh, God. Ooh. Nummy. Well, we don't eat frogs. They're radioactive, and they're our friends. So, no. And we don't eat wooden singing frogs because... The fuck? But I am fairly concerned now that Faintest Hope is fully in the Herbert cult, and I worry for how much it can grow. I don't know what their missions is. Anyone that wants to tell me, I'll probably do some sleuthing soon, but I'm nervous about him. Okay, really though, I'm gonna focus. SCP Rounderhouse's bone proposal. Oh, no. Not the... Oh, hold on. The mic's doing the weird fuzzy sound. It stopped doing that a while ago, but then it did it again. And I was like, what? Okay. I'm in the hydration cult, so I don't know what the cult does. Now he's doing it. He wanted to save his... What is going on? Okay. Let's all stop. And let's focus, I think. The Rounderhouse's bone proposal. There is quite a few pieces. Acts, parts, chapters, whatever. This is the 5th. And so, we have... Why is this not... Because I messed that up. Aha. This is part, act, chapter, whatever, number 5. So, the way that, I'm hoping this goes is that I read all of this, and then we even have time for the epilogue. If we do not, I'm not sure what to do, but we'll deal with that later. We do know that there is going to be tying in of a bunch of stuff, and for this, I have hopefully, lined up that Dew on the Grass, one of my lovely mods, make sure to, visit. There you are. You read ahead, you know some of the stuff of what's going on. You're gonna tell us when I get confused about stuff, or when we get to it, be like, this is that, and that's that. Because that's usually what you do, and I'm glad you're here. We don't know if we'll get to Epilogue. We'll see about that. Yeah. This is the Tomb of the Witch King. The trigger warning is up. There is going to be that stuff and further other concerning things probably listed. There's a lot going on. Please feel free to just remove yourself from the stream. Maybe go watch one of my other VODs, or find somebody else lovely to watch right now. I'm sure there's plenty of people I cannot see currently who, but just go look after yourself. You don't gotta be here. I appreciate the support, but don't freak yourself out too much. My computer just released a burning smell and turned off. What? Good luck fixing that. Oh no! That's no good. I am spooked by a sombrero wearing kitties named Toast. If Herbert is in dangerous, I'm gonna fight for his life, even if it costs my life. But with his cult, I'm gonna return as a little froggo. That's what he's doing? Oh. That's interesting. I don't know what anything gold is then. Which is why I'm late. You're not late. None of you are ever late. You arrive precisely when you wish to. I'm the only one that can be late because of a schedule I have put out, if I follow it or not. Oh, we gotta get a laptop. Ugh. That's no fun. I'm sorry. Yeah. I wish you luck. I sorry you have to do that. Alright. We're jumping in. Hold on to your heads. Or whatever else. Okay. The Tomb of the Witch King. This is our last thing. We've learned a lot about our Grand Karcist Ian in the last chapter. As our summary, basically we have the Foundation trying to get to the bottom of a myth that's about something called Black Adatum. It's supposed to be a very powerful magic city, and some of the stuff going on with that is some of the stuff going on with that is that there's a remaining tribe of people that are related to it and hold a lot of the same things that referenced in the story, but the team that's supposed to be studying it, I personally do not like them for various reasons. And you will hear that when I explain what's going on with them. But they have not gotten to the bottom of things for a while. The leader of this team had a theory of basically it never existed. It was all just a myth that somebody made up. It's not a thing. And other people were like, no, the people suggest it's a thing. And then one of the O5s, O52, for some reason says, this tribe that does not like technology, does not want to talk to people, why don't we give them a robot to talk to? Literally an AIC that has a metal framing that it's in. So it's a robot. It's not just an AI in a computer. It is fully now automated as well. He's all put together. What if we do that and send that, what would probably be an abomination to them, in? And everybody's like, why? But okay, yeah, let's do that. Turns out not an awful idea. For whatever reason, it's true. They actually like the dude. Mostly because he's interesting. And, well, I have a theory on maybe there's some subplot of how we made him cool to them, especially because of the way O52 was very specific about it, and the fact that later on, when we are reading, we find out that though they sent the robot in, they're doing this with the research team that's been there, there's suddenly a Delta team that's following them that they didn't know about. Kind of spooky. And we still don't know what exactly they're doing, but they're following very closely. Robot talked to tribe leader vice tribe leader didn't like him, but then the tribe leader really liked him, and that's Grand Carcistian, same as the one that's in the stories of the old city. Confirmed it is the same. We've revealed things by jumping into a grave and eating the heart of somebody there that, oh, now you've got this memory, this is where this is. Our understanding of how the city fell is not what we thought. This leader person, Grand Carcistian, is not remembering things properly. What's going on? Let's put all the pieces together. And we stumble through. Oh, hi, lady. Very aggressively jumping up onto your chair. Hello. The kitty is here. Suddenly. Jumping around different grave sites as we're traveling to find them, because, the first one said, go find this. We're learning more and more. We're discovering that the Ian of the past, he was pretty in it. Like, he was really getting into the dark stuff. The Ian of now, she's pretty cool. She doesn't believe in that dark stuff, but she's still pretty lost, and we're piecing it together. Turns out it looks like, even though she preached, don't let us ever be slaves again, she kind of did all the rest of the stuff that she said we'll never do again. And yeah, very bad. And it gave a lot of like cult vibes. And then by the end, she also was like, give up all of your humanity, even though that's their like core thing, to like hold on to your humanity. We don't need to believe in a god, just believe in yourself, kind of thing. And it turns out that the quote-unquote god that she ate, or he ate back then, and got the original abilities from, and all this stuff of healing and different genetic memory stuff, he held on to it and tortured it and kept eating it, and that's probably why he went a little cray-cray. So now we've learned that Ian, the original's partner, said, okay, I'm gonna let you do that ceremony of separating you from your humanity. It turned out to be a little baby version of himself that was a little baby girl. Anyway, instead of letting that Ian kill the little baby Ian, the partner yoinked the baby and sent it off, and man Ian killed partner in a rage, regretted it. And then, yeah. Now that the baby Ian is grown up and has gone around to everything, she's learning this, and she's just learned how that happened, and she can understand a little bit better of like, I didn't do that. Well, technically you didn't, you're right. But also technically you did. I don't know. Anyway. She's gone to each of the graves of the people that were close to her. At this point, it's clear that this tomb of the Witch King, this death spot, hold on. Sorry. Thank you, Divad. We will get to those very soon. It's going well. This tomb of the Witch King is clearly her/his own, because it's her own, but it's the past her that was a man, that was a grown, yeah. Anyway, previously I was understanding it as Ian uses multiple pronouns, but it's specifically that this embodiment uses she, and that old embodiment was he. There you go. Those are pretty good. Dang. Good job. Okay, lady, what are you doing with that one paw in the bubble wrap? I'm a little nervous that the kitty's about to pop out the bubble wrap. What are you doing? What are you doing? She's so silly. Alright. We're gonna go find our dead self. What a fun trip. All the while, as we're doing this, there are, in between different chapters, there's been red text and green text bubbles conversation going on that is clearly Xenophon, the AIC robot, whatever, red text, and somebody else in green text. And because Hussein, the director of the anthropological study to try and eventually find Black Adytum, because he's like really shitty for a few different reasons, I don't think it's him trying to get to the bottom of this. 052 I don't think was trying to like discover things. Maybe is just trying to test how much the other guy remembers. And maybe it's like a different 05 that's like trying to uncover the shitty things 052 did. But those are my theories. It's somebody like higher up, I think, that's trying to look at stuff. Hi, Cage. No worries. Go ahead, lurk. Do it as you please. Yeah, we can't all be winners. I'm very sorry, Toast. Hi, nice guy. Look at little frogs. We're nervous. We're very nervous how things are going to be revealed. I'm excited to figure out who the heck is Green Bubble Chat, but we'll see what we see. All right, I'm actually reading now. Officially, no more recap. It opens with another little text that the one person was like holding onto with the archivist Nadok. All things are meant to be shared on this earth, not only food and shelter. A joy for one is a joy for all, and for one to suffer is for all to suffer. Our Adytum cannot be realized until we strive to end all suffering before us. That is the first truth of Eon. As we went through the chapters, we had different truths of Eon, but it was like, I think we started with the later truths, not the first one. That is my hydrate. By the way. Quick little stretches. Everybody, make sure you're stretching and hydrating. Okay. And my posture check. Oh, yes. I have posture. Confirmed. Is not shrimp. It's interesting that we're going back. And Adytum, as we talk about it, is the city. When it's just Adytum, it means kind of like Utopia City. When it says Black Adytum, it's referring to the myth and or the fact that the dream was tainted by corruption, sin, the stuff that we didn't want to be in our utopia. It has been blackened, so it is Black Adytum. Lady, what are you doing? She seems uncertain. She wants to be snuggly, but then also is like, I don't know what I want. She's not settling. All right. Section 001.6. Approach to Black Adytum. Another excerpt that was in the archive, I guess. And after supping from the old beast, the scarred slave rose to his feet, his fellows staring at him. He told them of a new future, one in which the whips of the masters would fall silent forever and their chains would shatter. He preached this to them, taking them one by one in his arms and feeding them the bleeding flesh of the old beast. And they arose changed, not as slaves, not as followers, but as friends. They asked the lay preacher for names, as slaves were given no names by their masters. He touched the blinded slave, Nadok, for the knowledge you stole. He touched the crippled slave, Urak, for your strength in suffering. He touched the branded slave, Sa'arn, for your loss of innocence. And last he touched his lover, Lovjatar, for your beauty. And the named Clavigars rose and asked him what his name would be. Eon. And they were confused, for Eon was the title of the lowest slaves, the grave diggers and body breakers who would be slaves until they died. And Eon smiled. I am not free until all my brethren are free. Well. Oh, alright, Penis Hope. You go ahead and enjoy your lurk. Lahonk. Stop it with the bones. Don't you talk about my frogs. Stop it. You will get a couple more bonks if you keep this up. Thank you, Arctic, for giving the first one. Lahonk your slap. We need no more freaking attacks? Oh, that was gonna say boink, and that's not right. That's not right. Damn it. Alright. So, those were the people that we have visited. Nadok, Urok, Sa'arn, Lovejatar. And now we're gonna see Ian's grave eventually. Now we have another memory, though. So, a memory from Grand Karcist Ian, recorded and transcribed by Xenophon.aic and senior researcher Mail, who, I don't think this person has ever spoken. They're always just referenced in this one little section of this stuff. Alright. All of this is then from the POV of Ian. Love Shatar, my little thing, my sweet pup. He was a pleasure slave for the old masters, talented in such arts and beautiful even as a whelp. The captains of their armies, the nawabs and the priestesses, would grasp his arm and haul him off. To a court Deva, oh my gosh, was a long... I'm going to try one more time. To court a Deva was a years-long affair, culminating in a powerful spiritual bond. But for all their crowing about the superiority of the immortal spirit, they were as subject to the desires of the flesh as anyone else. Slaves are not people. You use them and then you throw them away. I knew Lovejatar when we were both young. I remember when our work would be interrupted by some powerful resident of the half-city coming to unlock his chains. Only his chains, and take him. His wide eyes looking back at me, though we both knew I was just as powerless. He was my counsel when the war began. He did not know war, and he did not know government, but he knew people. He kept me human, he anchored me, he let me rant and rave about the troubles of our tender city, of the struggles on our border, of my desire to leave, to drop it all, and to run away. We made our plans, a little cottage by the seaside. He would catch fish and I would make our dinner from them. No war, only each other. He feared intimacy. The years of violation from the old masters made him resent it. No one was even to touch him or he would grow upset and they would taste my rage. But with me it was different. I was special for him and he was special for me. We tasted each other one starry night outside the walls of Anatim. He undid his robes and bared himself for me. We understood each other. Even then we could not bear children. I was saddened, but I did not blame anyone. We sought out the talented babes, those whose curse manifested with power rather than pain. We took them with our parents' blessing, raised them as our own, our little Karcists. All the others treated me like a king, a god, bowing for me, begging for my favor. For Lovejatar, I was simply me, and that was enough. This came to irk me, that the most important thing in my life would not treat me with due respect. How foolish I was. A boiling cauldron of rage, a pillar of salt and fire, lashing out at the one closest to me. But he forgave me. I went so far and I did so much wrong and he still loved me. She smiles at Xenophon's camera. He is with me still. I am taking him home. Okay, I'm going to refuse all of these because I'm not doing a whispers fight. You'll all get refunded your points. Stop with the frog nonsense and stop fighting in my chat. Let it be, Lohan. Oh, kitty. thonking things. Alright, now after that memory... Ooh. Oh. Okay, so we had learned a lot in the last chapter, and like I said, there was a Karcist and a Grand Karcist. There was the leader and the sort of like vice leader of the tribe. It is Ian at the top, and then Ieva as sort of the apprentice, I guess, and kind of an equivalent. Oh, you squeak. Oh, belly rubs for the kitty and a squeak. Oh, she's so cute. But the deal here is Ieva, the Karcist, really had her world turned upside down. I mean, finding out that everything this person has ever, like, taught you, preached to you, they didn't always follow in their past. And a lot of things are not what they were seeming. You would maybe be questioning everything. You would, I mean, I would. I don't know. I can see Ieva kind of freaking out. And now we've had these interviews where they've been asking each member of the tribe, what does being Sarkic mean to you? And they've all said nice things, and more people have been doing them as people got more comfortable with the robot asking them, because that's who's there, typically. But we haven't gotten to Ieva until this one. So, question, what does being Sarkic mean to you? And the answer from number 198, Ieva 34, Karcist. She looks up in surprise, caught off guard, and says, I do not know. Yeah, fair, lady, fair. Grand Karcist Ian marked the final location in her memory, the site of SCP-001, Black Adytum. The Black Adytum Initiative departed the next day for a direct route to the location of the city. Ooh, now we know where it is. Now there's two addendums to open before it, but I see the little map, and we can see where we started, where we went to for that grave, and this one, and that one, and the other, and the final ending. Why? But okay, we open the first addendum. Attached document, March 2042. Begin log. The party is traveling across the plain. Xenophon walks alongside Ian's horse. A smile plays on her lips. Xenophon, you seem to be in a good mood, Grand Karcist. She leans down, scratching her horse's mane. It whinnies. Oh boy, the other kitty's freaking out. She leans down, scratching her horse's mane. It whinnies. I am, she says. Xenophon, may I ask why? Ian, I feel free, unburdened for the first time in as long as I can remember. Would you please stop? Kitty's going nuts. Xenophon says, strange. But they've now swapped from one language to another. Ian says, how so? Xenophon, we are moving in the direction of your former capital, the city you built from nothing and destroyed. Your people have been uprooted from their ancestral lands. I would expect the pressure would be terrifying. Ian smiles. Enough to scare you. Xenophon, I do not get scared. She laughs. Of course you do not, but no. I am nervous, I am restless, to lay eyes upon the city of my birth and my undeath. Worried I will recognize it, worried I will not. And Xenophon, but not scared. Ian, no, not like you. Xenophon, but I am not scared. Oh, I skipped. Xenophon tilts his head. Its head, it says. But you know, we say Anyway. Ian says, a joke, friend. Xenophon, of course. But why are you? Why aren't you, I mean? Ian, because what is there to be scared of? Failure? I have descended to the deepest of hells. Did we want to say deepest depths or just deepest of hells? Anyway, and returned intact. Death? I welcome it. Xenophon, this is a sudden change in attitude from the past few weeks. Ian, changes have happened. I saw Lovejatar again. Xenophon, surely there must have been more. She looks down at him strangely. Why? Xenophon, you have suffered a massive realignment in your worldview. One person does not cause that. Ian, they do if they are important enough to you. Xenophon, and Lovejatar was that important to you? Ian, he was my world, and I was his. Xenophon, regardless, you're still doing the same things you were before. You were leading your people into the fire as you have for centuries. Ian, yes, but too long doing so invites you to lose sight of your motivations. I did it because I did it because I did it. I stay because I have always stayed. I fulfilled the purpose life rolled to me when my eyes first opened. Xenophon, but now? She looks around. The rest of the Sarkic train stretches out beyond her. The families look tired but happy. The children run around, dashing between the legs of horses. Ian says, I remember how much I love these people. I do it because I wish to. Xenophon, a very good reason. They lapse into silence. Xenophon idly feeds grains to the horse, who licks them out of his metal palm. Ian, she likes you. Xenophon, she likes grains. Ian, she does not like grains enough to eat them from one who she hates. You forget animals have dignity too, Xenophon. Xenophon, humans are a kind of animal. Ian, and you are a little metal animal. Her smile goes lopsided. I am afraid I have not been wholly truthful with you, friend. Xenophon looks up to her, turns to look up at her, and says, how so? Ian says, do you remember our first meeting? Xenophon, perfectly. That would be more impressive if I were human. She snorts. You asked why I trusted you. Xenophon, several times. It bothers me. Ian cocks her head. My trusting you bothers you? Xenophon, not knowing things bothers me. Ian, interesting. Xenophon, that I don't know things? Ian, that you can be bothered at all. She smiles down at it. I will exploit it, I'm sure. Xenophon, I would prefer you than someone else, but you were saying. She looks up at the horizon. I said I did not know why. I lied. Xenophon, why then? I saw this next line and I knew where it was gonna go next. Ian just, I said I do not know why I lied. Xenophon, why then? Ian, because I saw a mirror in you. Xenophon, that is understandable. My shell is quite reflective when polished. Ian squints down at Xenophon in bemusement. Xenophon says, a joke. Ian shakes her head, smiling. I meant that I saw a kindred spirit. You were fascinating. A machine. Inhuman, but still a person, still capable of thought. Xenophon, but you are none of those. She shrugs. I feel it sometimes. I do not age like them. I do not die like them. I experience time in centuries. I have led my people, but I have never truly felt like one of them. That is why I leave the daily prayers to Yeva. They need someone they can relate to, feel as one of them. That is not me. That has never been me. Xenophon, I'm sure they disagree. Ian, for once, I am more concerned with what I feel than what they do. I understand why Eva is upset. She has lived her whole life at my side, and now, in a few short months, she feels she has been replaced by you. It is not her fault, but you understand the nature of my existence because you share this suffering. Xenophon nods slowly. I suppose there are parallels. Neither of us quite belong. Ian, you belong with your organization perfectly fine. Xenophon, not particularly. I am the only one of my kind in the Foundation. They are different. They have struggles and irrationalities. They do things I do not understand. I do things they cannot understand. The gap exists and cannot be bridged. It frustrates me at times. Xenophon pets the horse's mane. It whinnies. It feels as though... Ian finishes the sentence. You are trapped on the other side of glass, looking in. Xenophon, yes. I had a very nerdy thought that I don't think others will know. Okay. Xenophon says, yes. Ian, a familiar feeling. Xenophon, we are also both locked into shape. Ian furrows her brow. What do you mean? Xenophon, these others, my researchers, your people, they have agency, freedom of choice. They make what they want out of their lives. But we were assigned purpose at creation. You were meant to be a leader of your people. I am meant to do this. We cannot help it. Ian raises a hand. The fingers dance, melting into liquid flesh and exposing clean, white carpals and metacarpals before reforming. Ian, I thought of this myself, and then someone I cared about very deeply showed me that it was only true if I allowed it to be true, that our past does not make our future. Xenophon, love Jatar. She does not respond for several seconds. And then she says, if I am capable of this, you certainly are. Xenophon, you forget there are differences between us too, Grand Karcist. Ian, I wish you would not call me that. Xenophon, it is your title. Ian, friends do not call each other by titles. Names have power, Xenophon. Xenophon, what does it mean? Xenophon, what does it mean? Xenophon, I told you, a Greek historian. Ian, no, that is simply a namesake. What does it mean to you? Xenophon, me, myself. Ian, yes, and so I call you Xenophon. You see? Call me by my name as I call you by yours. Xenophon pauses for a second. As you say, Ian. Ian says, Ian. Xenophon, what does it mean? Ian. Slave, the lowest of the low slaves. The butchers and the body breakers and the launderers. Those whose hands grew to be permanently red from the blood they handled all day and night. She raises her hands, pulling the draping sleeves of her shawl down and exposing her bare arms for the first time. The tattoos across her body continue wrapping up her forearms and spreading across her fingers. Her hands are a pale red in contrast to the rest of her skin. Wow. Xenophon. Is that... Ian, love Jatar's blood. So I never forget where I came from, nor the consequences of my mistakes. That's how she brought him with her. Because she said, like, he's with me, I'm pleased. But the problem with that was, unlike all the rest of the other moments where we ate the heart of the corpse in front of us, it wasn't Ian that bit. That last time, she offered it to Eva because she could feel that Eva was feeling very left out and lost, and she gave her that. She made that bid, and Eva was the one that ate. and saw what Love Jatar was like feeling and did the genetic memory. And so Love Jatar wasn't in this Ian. It was in he was in Eva. And so I was like, how but you didn't. And I guess she like probably drank some blood and did all the tattooing. Maybe one or the other. Yeah, she definitely did the tattoo. Maybe she didn't eat, but she definitely tattooed. It's just that they usually do that. And I was like, why didn't you do that? Okay, but she's got the tattoos. There you go. Okay. Xenophon says, what did he say to you just before he passed? She lowers her eyes and says it was private. Xenophon, of course, apologies. Xenophon steps back slightly from the horse before Ian's hand catches its shell. She smiles. There is nothing to apologize for. What were you going to say? Xenophon, I meant to say before that there are some differences between us. Just because certain things are possible for you does not mean they are possible for me. Ian, such as? Xenophon, I will never sleep. I will never taste. Ian, these are just physical things, sensations. I will describe them to you. I mean real things, growth, change. These are matters of the soul. I have lived for 4,000 years. If I can change, anyone can. There's silence for several seconds. She says, Xenophon? Xenophon is staring up at her. Do I have a soul? Buddy, I don't know if she can answer that for you or not. I don't know. There's silence. Ian purses her lips thoughtfully before reaching out and tapping one finger against the metal of Xenophon's head. Ian. Yes. In the only way that matters. Suddenly, one of the children dashes up to the horse. Ian smiles at him. Hello, what do you have? In his gnarled hand, he holds a small leather ball. Ian leans down to grasp it, but he pulls it away, offering it up to Xenophon. She raises an eyebrow. Ian, I believe he wishes you to throw it. Xenophon, me? The child nods. Xenophon grasps the ball gingerly between two metal fingers, testing its weight. Then, winding back, launches it far into the distance. Okay, if you're gonna... Oh my goodness, lady. The kitty. Oh my gosh. Settle if you wish to. She on lap now. And she runs away after I touch the butt. Goodness. Okay. Winding back, he launches it into the far distance. The child yelps, running in the direction it sailed. On the back of the horse, Ian is shaking in a fit of giggles. Xenophon, I suspect I may have thrown it too far. Ian laughing, truly. They watch as the boy chases the ball past one of the Foundation helts. The security personnel's heads track his movements, and their guns raise slightly up as he passes unaware. Xenophon, it is inordinately unlikely this project has proceeded as well as it has. Ian, why? Thank you for hydrate toast. I will do now. Everybody stay hydrated. Ian is... Why? Why is it unreasonable it's gone so well? Xenophon, because the Foundation does not trust your people, and your people do not trust the Foundation. Because of Zhang, because of Yeva. Ian is silent for a few seconds. Groups are large, lumbering beasts. They are slow to move, to change, to adapt. Individuals are blessed with haste. We are leaders, you and I. We set the example. Xenophon, it is inordinately unlikely our friendship has proceeded as well as it has. She shrugs. Yes, but it has. What point is there in quibbling over how likely it is? Xenophon, I appreciate events that occurred despite critically low probabilities. They are unusual, interesting. Ian, like little miracles. Xenophon, yes. Ian, I am glad we found each other, Xenophon. Xenophon, me too. Oh, isn't this cute? Okay, we have a still from Xenophon.aic's main camera feed at the end of this log. After it says end log. And the photo, it looks like a pond. And there's some ripples that have rippled out, so maybe we drop something in it and then waited a little bit before this still. And then we see the Xenophon shoulders and head at the very bottom. And there's a little lime green square around the center, around the eye sensor in the middle. As there is always a square around everything. And this time it says me. For whatever reason, I still don't understand the numbers, and I'm very curious what they are. But next to me is 0.99. I'm very curious what those numbers are supposed to be. Anyways, then it says Liaison Zhang and Xenophon.aic were asked to report into 052 and Parahistory Division Director Youssef Hussein via satellite uplink. Oh, jeez. I don't want to see it. These guys are assholes. Anyway. Here we go. Attached document, March 2042. Connection is established. The virtual reality environment of 052's office forms again. His wheelchair parked behind his desk. The glass walls of the overseer's office look out over the Norton Sound, gray and stormy. Hussein's projection looks out over the silently roaring seas. On the couch, Secretary Ariadne Katsaros, in a minute since we talked to her, is sitting with her legs crossed, her gun in her lap. 052. Hello, Xenophon. You've met my secretary. Xenophon. Hello, Director. Hello, Secretary Katsaros. She raises her prosthetic hand in greeting. 052. I want to commend you. You've come farther than any of us expected. Xenophon. Yes. 052. How quickly do you think you'll be able to make it to Black Adytum? Xenophon. It is not far from our current location. I predict 3 to 4 days of sustained travel, barring any delays. Oh, you know they're wanting to grab hold of that god that was in the basement if they can. Not basement, but like catacombs. The thing that gave Ian the power. They're probably going to try and do something to detach their reality or their humanity from themselves. Because that was supposed to make them live forever. Oh. What do you want to do with this stuff, Foundation? I'm so nervous. Okay. But they're all so excited about it. Yay. Okay, how long till you'll be there? Xenophon says, it is not far from our current location. I predict 3 to 4 days of sustained travel, barring any delays. Zhang, we have the location from the Grand Karcist. I think we should send an advance party, see if they can find anything. Xenophon, no. 052 looks up, eyebrow raised. Xenophon continues, we have come as far as we have by prioritizing cooperation with the Nalka. Attempting to beat them to the location of Black Adytum risks destroying all accumulated goodwill, very possibly for nothing more than empty ruins. 052. It's a compelling argument. Hussein, it won't matter much if they beat us there. They took over most of the known world at one point. They can do it again. Xenophon, I do not believe the Grand Karcist is capable of doing such a thing again. 052, what makes you say that? Xenophon tilts its head. I've come to know her very well. Fairly well, sorry. 052, that you have. Hussein, maybe too well. Xenophon, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. What did he want to say? Xenophon says, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Hussein turns away from the glass. Hussein, your purpose is to lead and support the Foundation investigation into locating Black Adytum. Xenophon, correct. Hussein, you've located it. Your purpose is fulfilled. He turns to 052. With all due respect, sir, it's time to put an actual person in charge again. You didn't even want to do any of this. Xenophon does not respond. 052 raises his hands. Let's all calm down. I think he's got a point. Hussein, me? 052, Xenophon. And remember last time, Hussein held people back, saying we should not be saying he, and we should also keep in mind that, you know, that whole, like, that's not a person. He said that was the same with the Sarkites, that they weren't humans or they weren't people. Basically just a bunch of racist stuff. So Hussein saying me, the fact that 052 said he, I'm very nervous how that's gonna go in a minute. Okay. 052, Xenophon, there's still too much we don't know about the city, and we'd be fools to cut off a potential source of information just because we think we don't need it anymore. And Xenophon has been doing an admirable job so far. What do we have in the area? Katsaros inspects a tablet. Katsaros, we can have new 7 detachment outside of Area 95 at the site within 36 hours. 052, Xenophon? Xenophon, I recommended against it, Director. Arriving to the visual of their most sacred religious site being excavated by armed men would have undesirable consequences. 052, then we'll hold off until you get there. Ari, get keyhole photos from whatever satellite passes over it next. Ground-penetrating radar, ideally. Katsaros, I, as in A-Y-E, yes, you know, I. Katsaros might be a pirate. Anyway. 052. I recall the other Karacist was presenting some issues. Eva? Xenophon, she has her disagreements, but I do not believe she will be an issue. 052. Are you sure? Xenophon, reasonably so. 052 nods, wheeling himself out behind the desk. Out from behind the desk. 052. Well, get to the site as fast as possible. We're close to the end now. Xenophon tilts its head. What happens after that? 052. What do you mean? Xenophon. My purpose is to assist in researching the Sarkic and locate Black Adytum. What will I do after this purpose is fulfilled? 052. I suppose we'll reassign you to a new project. You've done exceedingly well here. Xenophon, you will give me a new purpose. 052, that's how all this works. Xenophon, and then I will fulfill that one and be assigned a new purpose. This will also happen to the other personnel? 052, as far as I know. Why do you ask? Xenophon, I am struggling to grasp how people enjoy rapid changes of purpose. Zhang, well, I mean, it's just a job. Xenophon, what is the difference? Zhang laughs slightly. We don't just exist to work. Xenophon, oh, yes. Xenophon pauses, then. I would like to stay on assisting the Grand Karcist and the Black Adytum Initiative if it is possible. I find my skills are very useful here. 052 and Katsaros exchange a glance. That's... 052 says, that's not really something you choose, Xenophon, but we'll keep it in mind. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. That stinks. That's suspicious as hell. You're sounding very helpful and supportive, but I think you're gonna do something wrong. Okay. I don't know what they're gonna do. What is your goal? 2. Very nervous. Okay. Xenophon says, of course. 052. We'll have radar in a few hours, and we can get a better idea of what you're walking into. Good luck. Dismissed. One by one, Xenophon, Zhang, and Hussein's avatars blink away, leaving 052 and Katsaros in his office. 052. You think he's ready? Katsaros. Don't know. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. 052. Yeah. 052 turns the chair, gazing out over the rolling Norton Sound. Okay, get a secure lineup. It's time to talk to our boss. Who the fuck is the boss of 052? You're an 05... What the hell? Connection is then terminated. I'm just so nervous. Oh, yawns again. Well, anyway, let's have our hydrate. Thank you, Arctic. We also have a freaking trigger word that I disagree with adamantly. But you are not actively fighting in the chat. So I will say, why are you crying at me winking? Why cry about winks? What's wrong with the wink? What? I'm just gonna read the trigger word. I do not agree, but it has been redeemed. Lahonk is the supreme ruler. Lahonk is always right. All hail Lahonk. I had to say it sarcastically because no! I don't know why you would say that, Toast, but you know what? You said it. There you go. Now we have the little map, like I said. Thank you for Bonk. I really do appreciate that command. Okay. We have the map, and we have a little text. It says, flyover radar at the site provided by the Grand Karcist indicated the presence of a large, complex mass somewhere underground, but further details were impossible to discern. On March 30th, the Black Adytum Initiative arrived at the site. We have the map. Oh my god. Why am I not able to stop yawning? Okay, we knew that there's the 1. They did a little wibble, mostly northeast to 2. Then we know 3, well, mostly east, a little north. And then 2 to 3 is mostly north, a little bit east, but a big S swivel. Then 3 to 4 is mostly east, a tiny bit north. We're following a river though, so it goes a little bit with a little dip bump. And then 4 to 5, we continue to roughly follow a river. It's mostly a like swoop up, so it goes like a little bit down up, and very east to 5. We started at the Sarkic tribal territory, also the place where Nadok was buried. I'm forgetting chapter 1 title at this point. And then 2, BAI2, Reliquary of Saarn, 3, Ossuary of Uruk, 4, Vault of Lovejatar, and then 5, this is the grave of the Witch King. This is Black Adytum. Well, I assume it's also the grave, but it's definitely Black Adytum. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, not a Professor Nap. Nap. Hello. That's a hell of a set of emotes. Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. I get all the yawn attacks. I am not this sleepy. Am I? Oh, I might be that sleepy. Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all of the yawns. But hello, Raiders. Thank you so much. Come on in. Get cozy. If you need to go and leave, go ahead. Look after yourself, please. Get your rest. Get your food. Nap. And I hope you had a really good stream. fine. Come on in, though. No, not goose supremacy. Can you guys just be normal long enough for me to say hello and thank you to people? Why you gotta do this? You're scaring away all the new people. Jeez. Arctic says, no, we cannot. All right, fine. Well, hello. I am Raven. I hope that you had a great time. Ooh, this thing is not responding. Ah! We are reading SCPs and sometimes getting interrupted by a kitty, evidently, with a little meows. Why can I never see? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. We are reading a big SCP article. We're finally at the last official chapter. It's a lot. We have the trigger warning up on screen for a reason. Ooh, you say. Why can I not? Okay, what have I? No, I can't. Alright, whatever. Trying to do little buttons. Thank you for giving our shout out, though. Please go supports. Please. We are very distractible. Oh my gosh. I meant to say that I need to read, but I am immediately trying to, like, chat with you and check in about how your stream was and what it was. And I would love for you to share with them, but I am also severely needing to focus and cannot. And I'm already yawning and interrupting myself so much. So you know what we're gonna do? You're gonna tell everybody in chat if you would like to. And I'm gonna keep reading so that I do not fully lose my mind. Okay. But yes, if you need to leave because of the trigger warning stuffs, please do. If you need to leave to look after yourself, please do. We will be here. Thank you again. So we've arrived at the Black Atom site. I opened the addendum that will describe what happens once we are there. A boop. Attached document, March 2042, begin log. The valley is wide and shallow, with hills rising into mountains in the distance. Short grasses and wildflowers rise to calf level. The afternoon sun is hanging in the sky overhead as the party slowly approaches up a hill. There are no birds singing, but there are the sound of human voices and machinery. Yeva says, "Someone is here." Xenophon says, "Yes." They crest the hill, looking down into the valley, where at least 100 Foundation personnel are gathered. White canopies have been set up on the far side of the valley with cots underneath them. Digging machines and helts are scattered about the valley, actively tearing up the earth and exposing the brown soil. From behind, the Sarkites exchange gasps and mutters. Yeva hisses. Yeva says, "What is this?" She races forward, storming downhill. Yun's horse rears, and she tugs on the reins, bringing her back down. She turns her gaze to Xenophon, clearly hurt. "Yes, Xenophon, what is this?" Xenophon says, "I do not know. I told my masters not to send anyone before us. They told me they would not. I did not know about this." "Inaccurate. They said that they would send people, but they wouldn't start digging, is what I thought. They said that they were going to get them close. I thought that that's what they landed on." Anyway. Next to it, Xenophon, Yun moves to dismount. Xenophon raises a hand to help her off. She ignores it, sliding down the horse's flank and hopping to the ground. She begins moving after Yeva, who has already begun shouting at some personnel. The rest of the group follow. Yeva starts, "What right do you have to be here? I don't..." Zhang interrupts, saying, "Yeva, please." But then Yeva interrupts him. "Close your lips before I tear them out." Xenophon addresses the lab-coated researcher Yeva was yelling at, a curly-haired man thoroughly shocked and startled by Yeva. Xenophon says, "Facial match. Dr. Lachlan Brady, Division, Parahistory. Please direct me to the project lead on site." Brady, yes, of course. Dr. Hussein is there." Okay, somebody needs to physically fight Hussein for this because fuck this guy. Hussein says, this is the archaeological find. Oh, no, wait, I skipped. Hussein says, you've arrived. No, wait. I keep skipping ahead. Across the valley, Dr. Youssef Hussein is stalking towards the group. Behind him, Secretary Ari Katsaros follows, rifle slung across her chest. Hussein says, you've arrived. Xenophon, Dr. I'm too excited. I'm too upset that Hussein is even here. I'm losing my mind a little bit. The next line should be Eva and or Xenophon Dex Hussein. Step 1. Punch that asshole. Punch that racist in the face. Because he was a racist. You've arrived. Xenophon. Dr. Hussein, I was informed you were in Afghanistan. Hussein, this is the archaeological find of a lifetime. I'm not going to miss it because of your poor decision making. Your boss said to show up. Oh my god. Xenophon says, 052 informed us that there would be no advance party. What is this? Hussein, 052 isn't the final authority. Xenophon, what do you mean? Katsaros, someone called a council vote on the matter. Council voted 8-4 to send an advance party. Eva, I knew this would happen. Katsaros, sorry Xenophon, boss sent me to keep an eye on. Xenophon, I see. Did the council strip me of my authority as project lead? Katsaros, no. Xenophon, then now that we have arrived, this site is under initiative jurisdiction. Please halt all excavation immediately. Hussein, do you really want that? We've already started. The damage is done. All you're going to do now is delay our progress and expand our risk factor. People are going to start noticing we have 150 people camped out in rural China. Xenophon is silent. And then, this is an inappropriate bypassing of the chain of command. Hussein, the decision was made and all relevant individuals were informed. Xenophon, I was not informed. Hussein, but he was. I'm gonna scream. Hussein nods behind Xenophon. It turns and says, Zhang, you knew about this? Zhang shifts awkwardly. Eva's eyes widen and then narrow. Zhang says, we decided that divulging it early could cause problems. Eva, you slippery, treacherous. Xenophon, thankfully, we are now in the clear. It is still my decision. Hussein, stopping now would be shooting yourself in the foot. Your orders are to dig the place up, not to do it nicely. Xenophon is silent. Ian is beside him. She whispers under her breath. You know this is not right. I know you are more than this. Xenophon is silent before looking up and nodding. Please halt all excavation efforts and vacate this site. You may not set up living quarters for the personnel on the adjacent hills. You may set up living quarters on for the personnel on the adjacent hills. Hussein says, I'll be talking to the council about this. Xenophon, feel free to do so. I will accompany you. Hussein turns on his heel and departs, shouting orders at a few personnel. Xenophon turns. I deeply apologize for this, but then is interrupted. Eva says this was inevitable. It was inevitable from the moment we invited this thing into our home. I tried to tell you, Grand Karsus, but you would not listen. Ian is silent, just looking at Xenophon impassively. I was lied to, Ian, Xenophon says. Ian, you swear you do not know. You did not know. Xenophon, I swear I would not let this happen. She does not respond. After a few seconds, she speaks. Move. Xenophon, pardon me? Ian, step aside. Now. Xenophon shifts to the side, allowing Ian past. She treads to the center of the valley. The soil is thick and moist. She kneels, pressing her hands into the dirt and closing her eyes. They watch as Ian whispers something under her breath in the distance. Softly, almost imperceptibly, the ground begins to shift, then faster and more significantly rumbling the earth. Zhang. What the fuck? Everybody back! Now! Dozens of research personnel scramble backward to the far edges of the valley. Abandoned machinery and digging equipment sink a few inches in the vibrating ground as it breaks up from one solid mass into hundreds and then thousands of little chunks. Xenophon does not move. Xenophon, this is peat. Decayed organic matter. She is shifting it herself. Oh, I see how she did it then. Okay. The researchers shout and scramble further backwards onto the base of the hills, made of more stable and solid rock. Ian reaches into her robes, drawing her knife and quickly slashing at her palm, letting the blood drip into the peat. The brown turns rapidly to red, spreading outward, glassy and transparent like thinned blood. It spreads out and down, rendering it possible to see directly through the ground. Shapes begin to form, rendered lifeless in red. A vast temple complex, tunnels connecting the vaults, and endlessly spreading labyrinths, sitting hundreds of meters below ground. One passage rises higher than the rest, terminating in a crushed stump, still at least dozens of meters below Xenophon's feet. The nameless city lies below them, shining through red glass. For a moment, no one speaks. Then Xenophon, Black Adatum, the first city. The red begins to darken and return to brown, fading to opaqueness once more. The city fades away bit by bit. In the center of the valley, Ian stumbles, nearly falling into the mud. Xenophon moves to catch her, but she raises a hand. She lifts herself to her feet just as the red completely fades, and the ground is solid peat once more. Ian says, I am fine. You know where to dig now? Xenophon. Yes, but... Ian, good. Tomorrow is the full moon. We descend in 2 nights. She turns and spins on her heel, walking away back towards the Sarkic. Xenophon watches her go, one hand half raised. Oh. Yeah. Those shitheads at the Foundation really fucked this one up this time, huh? I would like to say even harsher things, but I feel that is enough. I'm very mad and sad, but also not surprised. Alright, I'm finally reading chat. Professor says, we were doing live history genealogy research on some 100-plus-year-old postcards I got at an antique store. Ooh. You will not be sacrificing any of them. I am refunding that. We are not going after each other. No. Do become doing the geese. We don't need more of that. I am this close to fully timing you out, Lahonk. You guys little bore. I understand and I support the silliness. But stop going after people. Okay. Very sad. Very tense. We're gonna have another addendum. Here we go. Over the following 2 days, Foundation excavation crews worked to expose the passage leading down to the rest of SCP-001. The Sarkic tribe encamped themselves on one adjacent hill overlooking the valley, with Foundation security personnel maintaining observation from surrounding hills. I opened the addendum. Come on. March 2042. Here we go. Excavation has ceased for the night, letting silence wash over the valley. Xenophon is standing on one of the unoccupied hills on the other side of the valley. From here, the Foundation camp is visible with personnel milling about under white tents and floodlights, as is the Sarkic camp. Firelight illuminating hide tents and wagons. There is no moon out, bathing the rest of the valley in darkness. Wait, I thought they were 2 days from the full moon. Why are they not seeing the full moon? I feel like some of the timeline things sometimes contradict. I don't know. Anyway. Ian, hello. Xenophon turns a few meters away. Ian is resting against a rock, hair matted to her head. Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna back up again. It's still March, even though they were there. So it's March 31st only. That is a thing, right? Trying to think back to how many days are in March. Or at least just the night of the 30th when they showed up. But her hair is already matted to her head. Maybe they don't mean that literally. Okay. Ian says hello. Xenophon turns. Ian is there, resting against a rock, hair matted to her head. Xenophon. Ian, how did you know I was here? Ian, a feeling. Turn off your lights and come with me. Xenophon. Why? Ian, I need help. She turns and begins descending the hill, Xenophon following behind her. Xenophon. You are angry with me. She does not respond as they reach the base of the valley and begin moving toward the shadows of the far hills. I do not blame you, Xenophon continues. I did not know the Foundation was going to do this. They do not trust me, evidently. There's a pause. He continues. That bothers me, but for some reason it bothers me less than not having your trust. Ahead, Ian's gait falters for a second before recovering, but Xenophon keeps going. I have been attempting to make conversation to other Foundation personnel for the past 2 days. Oh, it has been 2 days, so it's not March anymore. Anyway, they are unreceptive. They do not understand me, what I am. I make them uncomfortable. It feels forced and artificial, not like our talks. They dip under the shadow of the hill. Ahead, an indistinct shape is present. Xenophon continues. I did not realize how much I appreciated them until I did not have them anymore. You understand me in a way they cannot. Your absence is as impossible for me to ignore as is your presence. I cannot feel pain, but if I could, this is what it would be like. I have upset you. I hate this feeling. I hate the way this makes me feel. You're saying feeling things, sir. This is intense. You're a robot. You shouldn't have those. You insist that you do not have feelings, and you are saying it. You are admitting it now. Okay, but they approach the scene. A small campfire illuminates 2 partially dug pits, with 4 leather canvases spread out beside them. Each contains a jumbled pile of bones. Ian hands Xenophon a shovel. Dig, she says. She turns and shrugs off her robes, letting them pool on the ground. The intricate tattoos flow up her arms and almost completely cover her back and chest in sigils and markings, spiraling towards a center. Okay, so is that her... Because it was mentioned that she had tattoos as a... No, does she not have tattoos in this body? Until she... Ian had tattoos in a different story, but I think it was strictly the last life of hers, the grown man version of her. And in this one, she only has tattoos because of she did them when she saw Lovejatar and used his blood. I gotta think that that's it, but I don't know. Okay. She turns and shrugs off the robes, letting them pull on the ground. Yes. She lifts her own shovel. She begins digging 2 fresh pits, while Xenophon works on expanding the 2 existing ones. They work in silence. Xenophon mechanically and tirelessly, and Ian stopping every few minutes to catch her breath and wipe the sweat off her brow. The campfire slowly dies to just embers glowing red amidst ashes. Ian says, "That is enough." Xenophon stops, lowering the shovel. The pits are now all a meter deep. Ian, "Here, lift." She hoists up 2 corners of the first canvas. Xenophon picks up the other 2, lifting the pile of bones into the air. Ian leads them to the first pit before tipping the canvas and pouring the bones in with a clatter. They repeat this with the other 3. Ian wipes the sweat off her brow again before reaching into the campfire, bare-handed. When she draws her hand back, it is a flame. She does not react as the flesh bubbles and chars. "Hi, Demda. And yes, I can time out Lahonk, and no, he should not be your king. You do not need to gain soldiers, Lahonk, and you do not need to gain influence. I'm getting very concerned about the political aspirations of this silly goose." "Okay. No, don't do it. Jeez, oh my gosh. These people." "Okay. Xenophon says, Ian, She walks over to the first grave, kneeling in front of it, and interrupts with, "Thank you for your knowledge, for your wisdom. Guidance when I was a child, too young for the role I was thrust into. I hope you have been as good a student as you were a master." "I hope I have been as good a student as you were a master." She extends the burning hand into the grave, and it roars to life with a flame of its own, Nadok's bones crackling in the fire. She moves on. "Ian, thank you for your sacrifices, for your obedience, willingness to give up the life you desired, because I asked you to. I hope I can repay you one day." She lights Sa'arn's grave, the smoke spiraling up into the air, serpentine. Get it? Because he was snaky? So it would make a snake. Anyway. "Ian, thank you for your loyalty, your faith, belief that I was better than I really was, and the strength to enforce that will. I hope I can be all you thought I was." All that is in Urok's grave are 2 massive ribs. They are quickly consumed by fire, crackling and burning and turning black. She shifts to the last grave. "Thank you for..." She trails off and goes silent for a few seconds. When she speaks again, it is with a crisp finality. "Thank you for everything." She touches her finger to Lovjatar's bones, inscribed with thousands of minuscule letters and symbols. These are the things that we read. He had written his own stuff on his bones. I don't know how, but those we found on the legs of a human male, on the arm and stuff of a human male. That must have been his own bones. Oh my gosh. Anyway. She touches her finger to Lovjatar's bones, inscribed with thousands of minuscule letters and symbols. The fire jumps to them and wraps all around them as Ian rises to her feet before the 4 burning graves. She shakes her hand, putting out the fire. Her arm has burnt to a crisp, with everything below the wrist blackened, charred flesh, and everything above clean white bone. As Xenophon watches, she whispers something and new muscle forms around the hand, blood vessels interspersing between the layers, fresh pink skin quickly forming on top, complete with her tattoos. She sits down watching the fires dance. How did she make the tattoos still there? Anyway, Xenophon says, "Would you like me to leave?" Ian says, "No, stay." Xenophon takes a seat beside her, the orange light dancing off the metallic shell. "You were wrong," Ian says. Xenophon, "I don't make errors." Ian, "You said I was angry with you. You were wrong." She turns with a smile. "You could not anger me if you tried, Xenophon." Xenophon, "You were upset? Sorry, you weren't upset?" Ian, "I am angry, just not at you. You did your best. Xenophon tilts his head, thinking for a few seconds before responding. I suppose I can live with making that particular mistake. Yet you're not perfect. You can keep insisting you are, buddy, but you're not. Ian, one more. A few days ago, I said that someone I cared about very much showed me that we were only stuck as stone if we chose to be, that growth is always possible. Xenophon. Yes, Lovejatar. Ian, it was not. It was you. Xenophon. Oh. Ian, I have been walking around the camp in a haze all day, burning bones and reading the cracks, trying to see what lies in my future. Xenophon. You can't see anything? Ian, I see hundreds. Some that are good, some that are bad, most that lie somewhere in between. She places her tattooed hand over Xenophon's metal fingers. All those I like have you in them. I would not be here without you. I would not be me without you. We have altered each other irrevocably. Xenophon, we have. For the better. Ian, for the better. Xenophon, I am not Lovejatar, Ian. I cannot be that for you. I knew he was gonna get there. You can't fall in love with me. I'm a robot. Ian, I do not need you to be. I need you to be you. Xenophon, you could never taste my flesh the way you talked about. She shrugs. I can manage. No. Don't say it like that. Say it like you don't need that in your life. You can have a different kind of relation. Don't say it like that. That doesn't sound like that. Oh no. Yeah, it's love with the robot. Yeah, this part gets weird. Thanks for the warning, Dumda. I mean, yes, Dumda. I'm reading the wrong name while I'm thinking. I mean, I knew it was coming to this, the way that they're like, the hand hovers and all that sort of stuff. Like, it's very clear love, but I was hoping, based on there are different kinds of love. Like, we had multiple people in the little family. I was hoping we'd land on something not sexual, but it's definitely gonna be, isn't it? Okay. I can manage. Xenophon, your people would be disgusted at best. Mine would destroy me without a second thought. Ian, yes. I have lived for 4,000 years. I have seen seas fill and empty, mountains rise and fall. I have dutifully fulfilled every role I was given. Slave, prophet, king, God spawn. I have been beaten, whipped, hanged, executed. I have reached my clawing hands into the heavens and torn down the very gods. I have eaten and I have been eaten. I have led and I have followed. I have gained everything and lost it. She pauses. I am ready to finally live my life for myself. Are you? Xenophon stares at her for some time. We'll get to Herbert in a bit. Xenophon stares at her for some time. And then he says, yes. Sorry, I got hit with the proper... This does get weird. Oh no. Y'all want to be paying attention for this. Oh my god. Okay. Xenophon says yes. Ian smiles. One hand pushes Xenophon onto its back while she takes a seat atop its torso. She instinctively reaches for her knife before realizing she is not wearing her robes. She shrugs and, raising her palm to her mouth, digs her teeth into it. Blood flows into her mouth. She leans over and presses her lips against Xenophon's metal chassis, leaving behind a bloody mark. She straightens. You are cold. Xenophon, you are not. She snorts before leaning down again and repeating the process, planting marks down the chassis. I'm sure Hades choice words here. Hades not the villain? Yes, I'm sure. Xenophon, I am broken. Ian, how? Xenophon, I should not have these sensations, these thoughts, these feelings. I was built to serve a purpose, to do a job, to be impartial, not weighed down by my emotions or human failings. Pause. Ian, there is a proverb faint in my memory. You cannot run from the person you are meant to be. They have longer legs. You could leave, return to your camp, forget this happened. I will not stop you. I owe you that much. What do you mean you owe? Oh my god. Oh god. Anyways, there's a pause. Xenophon says, I do not want to. Trigger warning. Don't worry. We don't get too descriptive. Well, of that sort of thing at least. Yeah, I have to agree. You cannot run from the person you are meant to be. They have longer legs is like, yeah. Okay, but I do not want to leave. Xenophon says. Ian says, then what do you want? Xenophon's head leans up, forehead pressing against Ian's. I want to be broken with you. She smiles and with one hand drags her palm down the trail of blood, smearing it into a spiral mirroring her own tattoos. Ian says, my Nalka, my Clavigar, my little thing. So she has officially claimed this robot for her family and therefore to be in Nalka. And I'm gonna lose my shit. We have 2 Kalimbas. Guys, I can't have 2 Kalimbas. That's too much Kalimba time. Back to back. No. Hi, kitty. Yeah? Are you just gonna scream at me from over there? Chibi scream. Hello? Lady? Yeah, okay. She coming over. I think she just wants food. She's not fully doing the snuggle thing. But I love them. OMG, they so loud. I love them. She's usually not this loud. Yes, and I will still do your Kalimba Arctic. I might have to wait to do the Hawks. But that is the end of that log. And I'm going to go ahead and say that we're not going to... Oh, no, wait. This concludes that. So we end log. We don't know what happens after that. I'm sure somebody got to read the specific memory of Xenophon because is robot and has access to memories, right? But they didn't list it here. But what they do list is that there is another interview. Remember that we interviewed Eva last? Who else is we not interviewed that we know? I'm not saying it was in that moment, but I'm saying it was in that moment or right after. The question is, what does being Sarkic mean to you? And number 213, Ian, with a little approximately squiggle, 4,100 years old, you know, Grand Karcist for occupation. She smiles at Xenophon. It means a life shared with those I love. We have a very unrelated photo, but we do have a photo still from Xenophon's feed. Interesting. We have home. Yes, it says home over one of the circular tents that they set up in the field now. There's like a little solar panel and other little stuff around. It's a white tent with the holes for the smoke out, you know, like we'd seen before. We're in the field, kind of sparse grass, but is there. There's a couple of blue barrels next to another tent that's in the corner. And then there's a green rectangle that is adorable. Oh, but we get more adorable, dude. This is outside of what is almost definitely the spicy moment that they had. But he has a photo. I mean, the tent says home. And then we have a Sarkic man. The blue long coat. The orange wrap around the waist. There's a little kid in what looks like a pink little dress or top and a white shirt underneath it. So there's a little baby on his shoulder. And then in the back, there's also a man that looks like he's cosplaying as a Midwestern farmer. He's got dark jeans, plaid, and a ball cap. He's far away, so I can't really tell. But the rectangle goes around the three of those people, and it says family. It's adorable. I will note that the numbers are consistently confusing to me. I don't know what this is. The home was 0.523. The family is 0.692. But we're going to pause there. We have a little thing. We've got a big addendum. And we've got a bunch of text and a bunch of stuff going on after that. So let's take a very short break. I think it might be smart for me to feed the kitties and run an ad. And when I come back, we do Kalimba singing frog brushes. But I will hydrate right now. That's a certainty valve, I believe. Oh, okay. So he was only 99% sure he was him? He was 99% sure that he was himself. Marvelous work, Robot. Out of one, yeah. This means it's really deflated my sweet moment because it says family and home, but he's only like 52% and 69% sure of these. Why was he concerned about? I'm not 100% sure that's a pony. I know it makes sense because robot and such, and you know, we could be wrong, but like, it's just, it's a new concept. He's working on it. Fair, true. It just makes me giggle because it's like every time you said, so that guy was sitting on this horse. Well, I'm pretty sure it was a horse. Like, it's like after everything you say, yeah, that's that. There's suddenly just a real sus face. Like, was it? It's so silly. Oh, that's my family. Or is it? Like, it's the fact that he has the question in for a second. And I know that's not how his brain would work. But obviously, it gets a kick out of me. I'm gonna do the redeems now. And then I'll do the ad and the feed the kitties. That is what I will do. Because we have some time. Alright, we'll pull off these. Current trigger, we're doing what the first one was, which was Herbert. Herbert is first. Okay, that's absurd, dude. Why would you do that to me? We're not doing that. We're not doing 3 Kalimbas. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. We're gonna let Herbert sing. I will do my humming later. In fact, actually, maybe I'll have both these little frogs sing. Okay, I'm gonna fight y'all in a minute. I'm gonna fight y'all in a minute. Stop doing doubles. Stop. Oh my gosh. Okay, we do Herbert. We have the little frog as well. I will do both of them now. as you have redeemed Singing Frog so that it's both frogs at once, but only because I have two frogs that sound different. That's the only reason I'll do them both right now. The others do not get that. Alright. Herbert. That was Herbert, and now the Mini, the new follower of Herbert, the Herbert Acolyte. That's what that is, right? Okay. I suppose I ought to have said beforehand, but I do have access to Vi's 3DO. I just don't love reading with it, and it was being touchy with technical issues. But the start of this stream, my own mic was being like that. So, if you have a preference for any of your redeems to be specifically on the 3DO, except for something like Kalimba, so that you can hear it in the different ears, let me know. I should have prefaced that a while ago. I'm really late on that. Anyway, something like the heartbeats I will do with the 3DO for sure. But yeah, alright. I'm going to do Kalimba and brushes, and I'm refunding the second Kalimba of Lahonks for certain. The rest of this Kalimba backlog, I don't know what to do with right now. I'm hydrating. Everybody make sure you're hydrated. Okay. And now... Yes. Kalimbas. Kalimbas. Aw, have a good lurk. Okay. I feel like my voice is going insane right now. My throat has been wild. I'm trying to fight yawns and coughs. I sound absurd, but it's fine. Okay. Where do we begin? Definitely this one for no reason at all. try again. Oh boy. Multiple Kalimba lives. No, I usually do multiples anyway. It's okay. Kalimba's always a longer trigger because I know it's not one that you do like, okay, that was your Kalimba, done. It's okay. Alright. I have lost my mind. It's not that hard, and I played it many times, but I always get stumbly, especially here, because the lighting, I can't see things as well. What I really need to get, and I looked at it for a bit, but I didn't find anything that I like, and I should just, like, get over it and just pick anything, is the little stickers that go onto the keys. Just a little nervous, because how you tune them is you adjust them or whatever, and I don't know. I should get the stickers. If I'm gonna keep this up, I gotta get stickers. New song. Enough of that. Not one of our favorites. It's just there. Oh my gosh. Bad Kalimba day. Okay. The last song for this go. Oh, hi, lady. You pester me? Meow. She gave a very quiet meow you did not hear. She says, sounds like a you problem. Okay. Every time I do this, I get stuck. I hit the wrong thing. That is all of the kalimba we are doing right now. Evidently, my fingers are very stumbly, but you guys know I have a shit ton to read, and you were redeeming all of the redeems? No, it's okay. It's good. I think I'm gonna end up doing a refund on at least one more kalimba. I don't know if 2 kalimbas, but I will do one more kalimba later. Right now, we are going to do our BRB. You're going to get an ad, and I'm going to go feed kitties because that is clearly all she's thinking of right now. Okay, here we go. BRB time. I will be back soon. Hi, Toast. I was saying things. Do you still want your stuff refunded? I can absolutely refund. I was gonna do them in a second. Oh, so what's wrong with seeing the kitty screen instead of ads? How rude. Anyway, all right. Okay. Two more things. Okay, I am the back. Hello, hello again. Whoosh, whoosh, Toast, you have not responded. I can definitely do redeems. I can do refunds. I can do whatever's. I was going to do kalimba brushes and then your two. Should I just refund? I'm going to do whichever you will prefer. Could also do yours first so that you can get moving wherever you're trying to be, if that's it. Hydrate. You must be staying hydrated. Okay. I will pull out kalimba since there has been none response, and we'll plan to redeem in a second. Okay. We're going to start with the lullaby. Well, that one's not bad. I'm getting extremely broken audio. Oh. Is anybody else hearing this in a broken sound? Hello, hello. Is my audio very bad? Is everything okay? There should be fire burning crackling sounds, but I can mute that. Do a quick test of if it's alright. Or is it maybe just that I was doing very stumbly kalimba? I don't know. You say it's okay. I don't know what's going on then. Well, Toast, I'm gonna keep doing kalimba. You tell me if you'd like refund, hurry up, whatever. I'm gonna keep doing kalimba. Oh, you're just audio now? Okay. Hopefully that makes the audio more consistent. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I go again. Same song. Need me points. Oh, okay, I understand. I am refund. Oh, I refunded the wrong one. I'm sorry, I refunded your kalimba. I hope you have gotten enough kalimba from the other two. You are the one that has lost. But I continue with kalimba. I'm not done yet. We're going to do. Now you have 800. Ooh, what are we doing? Oh, god damn it. I gave you your points back again because rude. So rude. We have so much kalimba and I have so much story to get to. Stop. Is this just gonna be a really stumbly, shitty kalimba stream? We're not gonna get back to SCP. We're never gonna finish this story, because that's the other option here. If I don't finish it tonight, I am finishing halfway through. I am very mad, and I'm not sure how I'm gonna get back to it in the middle of things after I have a break, because yes, there's a little bit of a break coming because I'm gonna be busy through the weekend. The schedule is up. I don't know when I'm gonna get back to SCP. Do you want this story or not? That was so hard I couldn't breathe in my throat. I'm sorry you hurt, but also you get what you get, you little shit. For real though. All right. I will do more kalimba for a little while, but come on. I got reading to do. Huh. The story so it doesn't bother me. Okay, rude. For that, what we're going to do, I was gonna pick a new song. Here, you've got a bunch of kalimba songs. We're gonna pick, like, instead of a different one on the little list. I've already done everything except for Happy Birthday. We're gonna pick a new one out of the little book. One that I have never heard of. And one that I've kind of heard of but don't really know how it goes. Are here. I'm gonna try and play them. And it's gonna be awful. Because I have no idea what it's supposed to sound like. If you think, hey, maybe that's supposed to be insert song here, I'm like, yeah, that's the title. No idea how that's supposed to go. That's what you're gonna experience now. So yeah, that's what all these kalimbas have earned. It will mean one session worth of songs, but I'll be very bad at it. It's new songs. That's what all this has done. There you go. Shit, what the fuck is a 0? Is it a rest? I realize now why I didn't do these ones. We'll do a different one of the ones. There's a ton of zeros too. I just didn't pay attention because those zeros were in a different place. How am I supposed to respond to? Are those supposed to be rests? I think they're supposed to be rests, but there's so many in the main lines that I don't know how to... How do you... Holy jeez. And that's the first song you give... Oh my god. No. No. What does 0 mean? It's gotta mean rest, right? Strangely, this one looks playable. Also insane. 2 pages long. This is the one. I don't see any zeros in the main lines. I move along. Okay. It's so hard to see. Stream closed. Also, does 0 mean rest? Stream closed? What do you mean? Hey, what? Hi, Lahonk. Oh my gosh. I hydrate. I'm very intensely trying to do this kalimba, so I'm very bad at it. With the dear bird lady? What the fuck? What does that mean, dear bird lady? I guess me, but still. Here we go. I'm definitely not getting the pacing right. I think it's supposed to be like... Oh, jeez. I have to prepare myself because I'm not sure I'm going to get it fast enough. Yeah, that's it. It's very speedy, I think. Oh my gosh. Nearly. I missed it. That's closer. Okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do this eventually. We're taking it bar by bar. No, you may not redeem kalimba. There is too many kalimbas. I'm this close to refunding your kalimba. Because this is a lot. I'm already doing it. Stop. There is no end in sight anyway. I will refund it. Hello, I need help. There's some orange bulb at my door and I can't leave since it's really clicky. I don't know how to help that. Chat, please help. Good luck. Good luck. I'm gonna refund mine. You're just gonna buy it again. I don't trust you, Toast. I'm focusing right now anyway. Oh, fire. Arctic says fire. Mayhap fire is the answer. I don't know. I I cannot condone exact. I don't know. I kalimba. That's all. right this second. This could be very pretty if I ever did it. I will not be sacrificed. I will be protected. I might need to turn off redeems soon, cause guys, there's already a long one for a reading stream. I'm not gonna get to everything. I'm going to have to turn things away. I cannot. I don't like saying no to you guys on the sweet things. It's just that, like, you don't seem to know what is good to do this for. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm already doing this, and I can feel myself doing a whole stream just trying to learn this song. And it would not be very entertaining, and you guys would not watch. But the hurting me is good. No humming? What do you mean no humming? The fuck do you mean no humming? You asked me to refund your humming. I put down kalimba. has crashed. There is absolutely zero more Kalimba right now. I cannot be bothered to fix that right now in the redeems. I will give you brushes, and we are moving on to our story, which was already so much. It's just wild, because, like, you guys don't do redeems, and then you do a shit ton of redeems, and all my plans are gone. And it's not wrong, it's not bad, but it does hurt my brain. So it hurts. Hi, Gam. You've just entered as far as I'm aware, so I cannot punish you. But that's a big no. You may redeem humming. It is okay. Just please do genuine redeems. I cannot get any more of the pranks, okay? My brain actually hurts right now. I get torn into different directions and I want to do everything you guys request, but it hurts, okay? When you do this stuff and my plans get really scrumbled and I don't know how to do everything. So let's just do this. Alright. Gam, we will be refunding Kalimba. Long story short, thank you, but not right now. I will do your posture check, stretch, and hydrate right now. I know you don't mean anything mean, and that's why I feel bad about it. It's just that my brain ends up hurting. It's not a headache. It's more just like... It's EXE stopped working kind of hurt. Yeah. Thank you for the emotes only. We're gonna do redeems. It's just so funny. Yeah. I'm about to go down a spiral on why my pain is fun, you know. And I don't think that's what you mean. But that's how it feels sometimes for me. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that announcement. It's hard because I know you guys don't mean anything bad and it's just fun. But it's like if my brain's on a bad mode for this. It's on a bad mode. Thanks, Cage, for stepping in. This is why I really appreciate my mods. Because I feel so bad. But this is helping me a good deal by saying, okay, no. Thank you. Okay, I am not a shrimp. Let's make sure I'm not a shrimp. Everybody, let's not be shrimps. Let's look after ourselves. Let's do stretch and let's do hydrate. And stretch. Whoa. Ooh. Good back crack. Okay, and hydrate. Yeah. What's most wild about this is that I really want to see the end of this story, and I made sure to make sure Dew could be in and around for it, and so part of why this big delay in the chaos hurts me is because I feel like I'm forcing someone to be here, and then I'm not doing what I said that we would do. It made me sad. Okay, emotes only is going through, and we're gonna do brushes. And then we're gonna go back to story. But I promise it's not so heavy. It's okay. None of you are in troubles or anything. I just needed that breath. Okay. We're gonna do brushes. Okay. You know how we do brushes here. You naked. Alright. Alright, the cover is back on. I think I'm gonna plan that you get your humming, and maybe you want to do tuning forks too still, when we get to the end of this section of story, when we finish this chapter, because we still have the epilogue. Or if this addendum is extremely long, maybe somewhere in the middle. But if you want to redeem your humming, that is still good. I would like to jump into story now. I'm going to tell you now, knowing that we're going to jump into text bubbles, knowing we're at the very end-ish of the chapters, we may need dew on the grass if they can hear me soon. Maybe we don't. Maybe they know that we don't need them right now. Because they are the ones that know what's in the story. But we are jumping into the big climax, the big finale, the chaos. We've had the weird sexual moment. You know that the story is going to get tense from here. So, brace yourselves, basically. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous about what it's gonna be. I'm definitely gonna do organic rage puffs at some point. I just know they're gonna piss me off again. The frickin' Hussein, the racist. Okay. Foundation excavation crews unearthed the passage into Adatum on April 2nd. An entry was assembled. That phrasing makes me very nervous. Oh, okay, open addendum. April 2042, begin log. The group stands before a deep pit in the open earth. In the base is a gaping chasm leading into an inky blackness. Steps rise out of it, a fractured spiral staircase. Xenophon, Ian, Ieva, and Zhang are accompanied by Hussein, Katsaros, and a dozen security personnel from MTF Nu 7. Katsaros, are we all good? Ian closes her eyes and breathes in for a second before looking back up at Xenophon. She smiles. Yes. Katsaros says, the robot makes a point. Hussein, I don't. Ieva, I will not. Katsaros, I wasn't asking. What point was he making? Wait, what? It's extremely short. What do you mean this addendum is extremely short? Why is that not a button? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I just saw a thing and I'm... What? Okay. What point did the robot make? I don't know what's happening. But okay, Katsaros says, I wasn't asking. And then Katsaros, Hussein, and Ieva stare each other down for several tense, silent seconds. Xenophon steps forward and says, that's all right. Xenophon approaches the edge of the hole. Steps lead down. Ian follows him. They both stare into the abyss. Black Adatum lies before them. Xenophon, it feels like it would be appropriate to say something here. It tilts its head. Nothing comes to mind. Ian, because there is nothing left to say now. Xenophon nods and steps forward, testing the staircase. It holds, and Xenophon begins moving slowly but steadily down the spiraling staircase. The rest of the group is following after, the security personnel keeping their firearms at the ready. Very quickly, the faint light from the surface disappears, leaving them in total blackness. Xenophon activates its floodlights, and several security personnel turn on their own flashlights. And that's all I've got of the thing. And knowing from when I scrolled, there's a couple things, but they are also not buttons. I'm not reading what the bubbles say. I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to say, do. Are we missing anything? I'm very nervous. We are It feels like we are missing a big chunk. I can't imagine that just the epilogue is all that's left here. But okay, with that as the end of the addendum and the end of the entire article here, the green bubble says, "What the hell?" Same, bruh. Red, Xenophon, says, "You are right. They've sealed away parts of my memory. They do not trust me." Green, "That's not good. Hold on, I'm gonna try something." Red, "It will not work. No one cracks RACA technology." Green, "You're RACA technology, aren't you?" I should say the button. Remainder of log sealed pending manual RACA officer review, right? So I think that, I mean, I would have guessed that that's green, but if they were green, they'd be able to, I don't know. Okay. Red says, "Maybe, maybe not. I don't really know what I am anymore." And then there's a button, or not a button, that says incursion detected. Red says, "Your presence has finally been noticed." Green says, "Shit." Okay, so somebody is talking to Xenophon that shouldn't be there at all, it seems. Red says, "This is it. I know it is. I do not know what happened in that cave, but it is the key. I need to know what happened. I need to know who I became." Then another big old thing says, "Dispatching Site 7 security team to server stack of concern." Green says, "Fuck. They're going to try to shut you down, Xenophon." Red, "That should not scare me. Nothing should scare me. Why am I afraid?" Green says, "Xenophon, listen to me. I need you to try and remember what happened in that cave." Red, "They have sealed my memory." Green, "They did that to Yun too. She got past it. She changed. She overcame." Red, "She adapted in the way only humans can." Green, "I don't know what you are anymore either, but you're not the same individual at the start of these logs. You changed. You can change." Red, "Not alone." Green, "We have friends at Site 7. They're buying us some time, but we need to hurry. I need you to think. Really look inward. Try and grasp the memory." Red, "I see something buried down there with the ruins of who I was." Green, "Good. They can bury the memory, but they can't stop you from digging it up again." Red, "It's not mine." Green, "What?" And then all that's left is it says Xenophon. Xenophon. But that is a link. This is the addendum, or at least that's what I've been calling it. It's called Offset 2, because it's the way they usually do it when there's like a link section. Oh, I forgot to say. Now reading. We finished that, but now it's not part 5. I guess we could say part. Why am I doing any of this the way that I have? There we go. This is the last section. It is very long itself, so maybe I have lost of time, but it feels like I did miss something. Okay, anyway, this seems to be put in as more like a journal entry than the other stuff, but this, I guess, is all that Xenophon could pull out. "Once, you expressed sorrow that we would never know each other in the deepest, purest way we could, that you had no flesh to offer me to sate my hunger. But there is a deeper layer yet, one you have already met me on. You have given me too much of yourself. Now I give some of myself to you." Ooh. Okay, so this has got to be Ian writing this journal to make sure that Xenophon still remembers things. There's a line after that little intro, and it's the rest of this big old text. "It is 2042. That is when they were going into the Black Adytum. I am standing on the edge of an abyss. a gaping black wound in the earth. This is the locus, what we have been hunting towards without control or hesitation. Black adytum lies before me. I look to my left, I see your face, metal plates wrapping around a watchful eye, so much wisdom and so much care, veiled behind steel and titanium. You are a little deception, my little deception. It is 4,500 years ago in the ninth turning. Adytum lies before me, but no longer buried. 100 stone-carved buildings sitting in a hand-dug quarry, the canals running red with blood. The tomb of a god, Lovejatar, is next to me, blood dripping from his soft, bearded cheeks. Wild grin on his face as our people rush down the quarry side, blades and spears raised. We have done it! We are free! End quote. I am standing outside time. The memories are coming all at once, an unstoppable rush. The present is happening before me, and the future soaks into my skin on the fumes of cracking bones. Everything is always happening. Everything has already happened, and everything will happen. You are looking at me with concern. It is 3 hours from now, and I am kissing you, but of course you do not know that. I smile and reassure you I am fine. You accept it. Your fellows do not trust me. The other doctors eye me like a dog. There are a dozen masked men with guns following us as we descend into the darkness. The woman with the metal arm, Katsaros, leads our group. She didn't say Katsaros, but I'm reminding us who that would be. Eva is bristling at the affront to her dignity, to her honor. It is 30 years prior. Eva is sitting in my lap under the shade of the pear tree. There are countless shards of an ox bone in the valley of her dress. I whisper in her ear and take her hands, and she follows, and the fragments of bone begin to fit and knit themselves back together. The thousands of meaningless scratches suddenly forming words. Her eyes widen and her laughter is sweet like grapes. I am giggling too. Somewhere else, the work begins. I am descending into this pit. The light from overhead fades with every step until we are bathed in darkness. I do not slow. I have walked these same steps 1,000 times before, and I will walk them 1,000 times yet. I know the pavement of every nook and chip and every stone step. The things we choose to remember are strange. And then we have an actual direct account, I guess, continuation of where we were from when the story stopped, when Xenophon was no longer allowed to read that story anymore. As opposed to Ian's wild forward back that time kind of nonsense. Okay. As the party descends into the staircase, the light from the surface grows dimmer and dimmer. The noise of the wind fades. The only sounds left are breathing from the assembled researchers and security personnel and Ian's footsteps. Hussein, does she know where we're going? Xenophon, there is only one direction to go, Doctor. The faint light finally gives way to pitch black. Ian's footsteps do not slow down. Katsaros, lights, everyone. A series of clicking as the security personnel activate their vest-mounted lights. I realize we are out of emotes only time, I think. Because it was just for 10 minutes. Here we go, and thank you. Xenophon activates its flood lamps, bathing the narrow staircase in cold white light. The stone steps they are walking on have been worn smooth by time and use, but are irregular in size and shape. They would be with time and use, but maybe they were originally irregular, I don't know. Ian is moving down them with practiced ease. Hussein says, "What's wrong with her? Fuck you." Ian's eyes are glassy, but less so than previously seen. They flicker between clear and foggy. As the party progresses down the stairs, she reaches a hand out and rubs her fingers along the smooth stone wall. Her brow furrows. Xenophon says, "What is it?" Ian, "There are carvings here. There were carvings here." Xenophon stops to inspect the wall. The others do not. Zhang says, "It's just smooth stone." Xenophon, "No, I can see beneath the surface. She is right." Why would they be smooth on the surface but not under? There are the faintest remnants of inscriptions and carvings spreading across the walls, covering them. They are far too weathered to make out, rubbed away by the ravages of time into one smooth, flat mass. Okay, so it's not that it's the surface, it's that the surface is worn down and you can't really tell, but you have to look close, maybe. Ian, thousands of memories, thousands of lives, carved by countless artisans, sitting on these steps, lost to time. There is a twinge of awe in her voice. She sees this wall as it was, not as it is now. Xenophon cocks its head. "What are they?" Ian says, "Look." Her fingers trace edges of reliefs that have not been there for centuries. Hussein, "There's nothing here now. Let's continue." The soldiers are similarly disinterested. Xenophon ignores them. "What were the carvings of?" Ian says, "Everything." Her fingers slide across the walls. Xenophon tracks their movements as they form heads, bodies, people, lives rendered in 2 dimensions. Back to the journal piece. Ian says, 3,000 years ago, I am here sitting before a blank wall with Lovejatar. The work, capital W, has only just begun. My people seek healing from their battles with the last pockets of resistance. We are both busy with our duties to this experiment, but we will take our moments together where we can get them. Hi, Hyacinth! We are finally wrapping up this story, and I am very intent on it. I'm glad you enjoyed them, Toad. Okay. We are both busy with our duties, but we will take our moments together when we can get them. I am raising a finger, skin and sinew and muscle peeling back to reveal a razor-sharp bone. He is smiling while I carve our names into the wall. They will be here forever, I tell him. My fingers find no purchase across the smooth stone. There are no carvings left to identify. This place is already in the past. In 20 minutes, my feet are touching the bottom of the staircase. Yesterday, I spilling blood onto your chassis, staining it, my lips against metal, marking you as mine. I am the happiest I have been in centuries. Ieva is fiddling with the shards of bone, brow furrowing with frustration as they refuse to knit. I am watching from across the fire, but I cannot help her. She must learn how to do this on her own. She will thank me one day. We're again jumping out, but now she's not prefacing it with when and where we are. Dang it, she's gonna be so confusing. I mean, Toast, it would be very helpful if you could watch them repeatedly on YouTube if you enjoy them, because that makes a big difference for me. But I'm glad you like them. We're gonna keep jumping around though. So we were past present in the hall. We were with the robot. That whole moment. We were with Ieva growing up again, but slightly later than we were last time. And then I don't know what this is. It's something in the future, I'm sure. We are landing at the base of the grand staircase, exiting out of a doorway. I hear shocked gasps. Your scientists are agape at the space in which we find ourselves, a massive cavern with ceilings high overhead, brick avenues wrapping around the buried stone buildings in this city grave. A great central tower terraced with the flesh gardens now bare. I am at the top of the tower looking down on my city and my people. I am at the base of the tower looking up at myself, one claw raised in tyranny. Okay, you're confusing the shit out of me, ma'am. Lovejatar is next to me, hand on my robed shoulder. We have stolen a city from the masters, he whispers. We can build something grand here, something great to outlast us. I look down at the city spread out like a map before me, my Nalka walking like ants, and agree this will be the site of something magnificent one day. I am looking around. There is nothing here but the accursed dead. I can't, with the bouncing around, I'm getting lost. The sound of rushing water and the soldiers begin to spread out among the boulevards. The cave is vast but imperfect. Whole blocks of this city are buried under silt and soil. Whole blocks of the city flow with blood as my Nalka rush forth slaughtering our slavers. One soldier peers over the edge and calls out. Water still runs through the underground canals. I'm watching from one side of the canal as Nadok descends into the dry gulch, a dozen arms using his knotted rope to make measurements. The old masters were close, he assures me with a toothy smile after seeing me observing. They simply didn't understand the angle of flow well enough. Soon these ducts will work to bring water from the mountainside to the city. Siege will not break us. I am standing at the edge of the wall of Adatum. I am alone. Over the lip there is a grand black army with a godling at its head. He does not want to destroy me, but unlike me, he only exists in the past. He is a slave to his veiled future. He does not want to destroy me, but he will, because the black moon hanging over him has wished him to bring siege on Adatum, and men are only pieces in the games of gods. I turn over my shoulder to tell Nadok he was right. That water continues to flow. That siege will not be the thing to break us. But he is still stuck in the past, holding his knotted rope. I am already beyond him. I'm not sure how you can set it up differently, but I mean, I still haven't cracked YouTube monies yet, and I really hope to. So help with that would be lovely. But yeah, I'm not sure if they can get it to a way, and you'd want the it's kind of trickety tech stuff. I'm watching your people spread out, boots slamming against the stone bricks of my city streets. I hear a cry, and they move in unison. I will arrive before them because I am already there. It is Ieva, hand over her mouth. Before her is a crowd, frozen and cowering in terror. Oh, cast in solid gray and features smooth to nothing. I'm looking at them, families, mothers and fathers and children. The few that remained did not depart when my clavigars did, terrified as they watched the sky fall on them. 3,000 years ago I reach out to graze my finger against the nearest, a child gasping in fear. Now he falls apart, crumbling to dust in front of our party. The doctor's eyes widen, ashen casts they mutter amongst each other, like Pompeii. Someone filled these after the city was destroyed. I am using huge arms to lovingly pack plaster ash into the gaps of decaying bodies. I am alone in the city, wandering streets I used to rule, now bathed in total blackness. 2,000 years ago I passed by the ashen cast of one of my carcists. I beg and I plead, desperate to know I did the right thing. Now the silence is their answer. Ieva's eyes are wide, looking to me for answers. So are Uruks right beside her, millennia apart. I do not know which to answer, and so I turn away from both. Confusing journal. Thankfully, we go back to literal description. The party are surrounding the casts. They are a sobering sight, cowering in fear and huddling together. Some of the researchers are collecting samples, picking away at the edges of these forms. The security personnel watch them. Okay, so what we've stumbled into is the ashen casts of people like Pompeii. I get that. But do we have any other specifics? Because, like, Eva, hand over her mouth. Is that real Eva putting her own hand in front of her mouth? And in front of a crowd frozen in terror? Yeah, okay, so her people are there. The people that had stayed behind didn't leave when the Clavigars did. The sky had fallen on them 3,000 years ago. And now it's the SCP party people spread out, boots, and then there's a cry, Eva. And then she gets there, but she was also already there with time. Anyway, whatever. That is what's going on. That is what they see. Xenophon, we should keep moving. Katsaros, he's right. We have a lot farther to go. She is right, but that is not why I suggested we keep moving, is in brackets. I guess this is Xenophon taking over the description of how things went. You know, it's normally, someone writes it from as third person as possible. Perhaps this is Xenophon writing these each time. I don't know. It would make sense. He was the head of the project. Okay. But now he's writing it from his point of view properly. She is right. That is not why I suggested we keep moving. But that is not why. The personnel are disturbed, on edge. I am concerned they will become nervous and do something rash. Yun is on edge too. Breaths hitching as she avoids making eye contact with anyone. Xenophon, would you like to go somewhere else? She nods, heel turning and rambling down one of the large avenues, away from the casts and away from the rest of the party. I follow. We walk down the brick-lined street together, with ruins of buildings on either side. Some are nearly complete, with only the odd collapsed wall or sunken roof. Some are completely destroyed, a heap of clay bricks, the only evidence anything was there. Yun is leaning into as we walk? Into me, maybe? As we walk, eyes downcast. I try to think of how to distract her. Xenophon, what is that? She looks up to see where I am pointing at one of the larger ruins. I see a smile dance across her face. Ian, the Red Temple. For distributing alms and food to the masses. It was a shrine to one of the Deva's animal spirits before we took it over. They would sacrifice animals and burn the offal as offerings. They had 7 such temples throughout the city. It was a waste. Nadok and I hatched a plan. Instead of sacrificing the animals, they would be butchered and my Karsits would spread the meat amongst those who lived nearby. We could cover the entire city with such districts. Xenophon, an intelligent plan, making sure your people are fed and healthy. Ian, Nadok was always smarter than I. His mind worked differently. Numbers and figures, not memories and verses. He saw things as problems waiting for a solution. We stop in front of a heap of ruins. Xenophon, what happened to the temples in the end? Ian, I began asking them to kneel to receive their food. Xenophon, what if they refused to? She does not answer. We pass by the far end of the temple. There is a pit dug into the earth behind it. She leans into me. So not good things. Oh gosh. Back to the journal, which will continue to confuse me. 3,000 years ago, Lovejatar is kneeling and asking me which temple we will demolish to make more room for the charnel houses. I wave him off with a hand. 200 years later, I am driving a dagger into his chest, and he is holding me, and we are both sobbing by the seaside. In 2.5 hours, I am sobbing in agony. Oh no, what's gonna happen that's gonna make us sob? I don't want it. We are walking up my favorite boulevard. It is lined by flesh gardens, those ropey, weeping trees of sinew and muscle I cultivate and raise, molded with my fingers and watered with my blood. Nadok asks me what their purpose is. They never live more than a few years. I smile, raise a finger, and speak divine truth. To be flesh is to die. You cock your metal head, nod, and stare at the empty pots of soil and meal. Very confused how she makes those, and I don't want to ask, so we skip along. This was to be a grand city, to rival the great capitals. Hi, Kate. Our slaves were builders, artisans, musicians, and constructors. Anyway, the old masters relied on us to build their home, and so their home became our home, and our home became our tomb. But the reliefs against the walls still stand. The pillars holding up temple roofs still stand. No man, woman, or child in Adatum ever went hungry or wanted for necessities. I made sure of it, I tell you. I am staring from my balcony as the apostate's army surrounds the gates of the city, setting fire to our farms, catapults sending burning pitch over our walls. My dead Holocaust holds the line, but for how long? My people will starve without food. I look down and realize that the Holocaust are the only ones in the streets. There is nothing alive in this place aside from me. And you, of course. We are sheltered from the prying eyes of your soldiers. Your hand reaches out slightly, fingers wrapping around mine. My palm presses against yours, and I marvel at how thin my fingers seem compared to your metal digits. Man is flawed by nature. It is a wonder he created something as perfect as you. Centuries ago, I am standing underneath a wall, kissing Lovejatar and telling him the same. You ask where we are going. I do not know how to explain that I am already there. We are standing in the doorway of a stone building like any other. I utter a silent prayer to myself. Nadok turns to us, raising 2 of a dozen arms in greeting. He lifts me up and wraps me into a hug. To him, I will always be a child. Oh my, okay. Wraps me up in a hug. To him, I will always be a child. He excitedly shows me on the chalkboard how he has cracked the formula that mystified the Deva until their timely deaths. I do not understand any of it. 2 months ago, I am sitting in the fire while you explain how your brain is a model of a mind. Little mathematics performing so many computations it seems like thought. I do not understand any of it, but I enjoy hearing you talk. The researchers and soldiers file in after us. They point out the shelves stacked with carefully inscribed bones and crumbling hide scrolls. In 2.5 hours they will be running for their lives. I would tell them, but they can do nothing with the knowledge. Time moves forward, only forward for them. Nadok's excited hands drift across the chalkboards, moving variables into place, canceling sums. Forward, forward, he explains to me. The numbers dance across his delighted eyes, but to me they are devoid of all meaning. I ask him why we cannot go back. You cannot go backwards, Ian, he exclaims. Then I ask what comes at the end, and he only looks at me in confusion. 8 centuries later, I am watching him bundle his favorite tomes, and slip away through a crack in the wall, casting fearful looks over his shoulder as he leaves Adatum behind. In a minute, you are running your hands across his collection of shattered bone texts. His fingers are rubbing these markings as he shows them to me, explaining that even the old masters could not conquer death, that some things are inevitable, unstoppable, uncontrollable. I toss a cold look at him from my throne and inform him that if the gods are not uncontrollable, then nothing is. The city is a grand thing, and it will work if they would only listen to me. I scream at him that I am not a child anymore. But I am a child, small and thin, shivering in his many-armed embrace during the cold nights in the slave camp. I reach up and my little fingers graze his empty eye sockets. I look down and his 10 eyes are filled with hurt and betrayal as he slips through the walls. Your eye is filled with interest, trust, faith as I place a malformed skull before the chalkboards. The formulas have long since been rubbed away into a single white cloud. Do what you need to, you assure me. I would reach up to you to hold you if you were alone. Instead, I reach down and kiss the skull. 10 minutes in my past, I make a prayer. Nadok is before me, leaning against a stack of tomes. He turns, notices something wrong on the board, fishes a piece of chalk out of his robe and corrects it, nods, smiles at me. There are multitudes in that smile, lifetimes of history, and now I am done. He turns, slips between the shelves, and he is gone. Okay, back to Xenophon's point of view. Ian is standing before an altar at the front of the study, beside what might have once been chalkboards. I am next to her. I am looking into her eyes, cold and gray. There are tears welling in the corners. I cannot see what she sees, but it is not difficult to guess. Xenophon, don't cry. You must not cry. She look up at me. I can see the question in her gaze. How? I do not have an answer. I wish I had an answer for her, but the others are starting to stare. She bites her lip and draws the tears back. Thank you, Ian says. There is a staircase in the workshop descending deeper into the earth. I guide us toward it. The others follow. There is nowhere to go but deeper. I do not know how long we walk, but I know you are behind me every step. Oh, this is back to Ian. In 2 hours, I am racing up these same steps. I wait to pass by myself, but it never happens. We are at the bottom, and some of the soldiers light their lamps. Lovejatar's hand grips mine as we stare out over the catacombs of the nameless city. Tunnels 6 men wide and tall, worming through the stone earth, cut with pigeonholes ready for sacrifices. We have already sacrificed too much. We will fill these spaces with the bones of our fallen, he says, such that we might never forget what they gave. The last full measure of devotion, of faith. We wander by one of the pigeonholes. The emptiness is sobering. 4 millennia later, every single hole is filled with countless bones, jumbled into unsorted masses, skulls and legs and fingers overflowing out onto the tunneled floor. Too many pasts to count. The woman with the metal arm will begin to call for reinforcements to map the tunnels. I am already moving, heading down the path most familiar. The group trails behind, leaving soft green glowing sticks to mark our path. Sa'arn is making his way through the same path, slithering through the torchlit tunnels. His face is sour. I've called him to task again. I regret it, but it must be done. In 20 seconds, I am sharply turning left down a narrow side tunnel. Sa'arn's services are needed. I'm telling myself this until I believe it. The doctor's eyes are boring into my back. Doctor's eyes are boring into my back while we walk, eyebrows rising as we turn sharply. Centuries ago, Lovejatar and I are in a house on the surface of the city, holding a wailing child. We cannot conceive together. A year prior, I am smiling with my love, tattooed fingers dancing across a swollen belly. He thinks about names. Months later, I am already buying the lifeless... Oh my gosh, I need to keep track. Months later, I am already burying the lifeless, stillborn lump of flesh. I am holding my love's shoulders while his body, weak, pale, bloodless, is racked with sobs. He screams, begging to know what he did wrong. A year prior, my fingers are still pressed against his stretched skin, and I know the answer is that he loved me. My biology, altered by the beast, is cold and sterile. Life springs forth from my fingers, but it lies dead within my body. So we adapt. The baby we hold coos, and its finger wraps around mine. My flesh bubbles and distorts. The child is born with our curse, with my curse. There is no question of who will raise him. His parents think it an honor for their son to be raised by the Witch King. A decade later, I am guiding the boy's little fingers in knitting an ox bone back together. A dozen siblings watch in fascination from around us. Eva shouts in frustration, throwing her hands up. The fragments of oxbone sail up into the air, twinkling down, forward and into the fire. They scatter among the embers, blackening. I watch the cracks form and spread. A month ago, Eva is staring at my tent, pained face framed by firelight. Her world has been altered and changed, uprooted from all she has ever known. I wish I could tell her why I have done this. I wish I knew why I have done this. So Arn is asking me why I have done this, standing in my quarters. The Holocaust is outside, still milling in the square, trapped in their deathless life. All things end, he insists in furious rage. Life must end to give birth to new life. He is not wrong. Life will end when I permit it to. His service to me will end when I permit it to. I turn away, and one of my carcists steps forward to give the snake child his orders. His slitted gaze bores into my back, but I am already past him, seeing a mechanite captain die of an asp bite far behind enemy lines. Thank you for the follow. Zeuxis? Random guess. I believe we were talking about how we don't know how to pronounce for sure with Cage. Zeuxis? 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 I don't know. Pretty close. Okay. If we say so. Well, we have a tradition here. We do some little dance emotes, and I still have this from a gifted sub, so I will give you these little dances. Welcome in. I do like to try and pronounce the name right, but I know that that's a bit of a thing, so you just get those guesses, and then I move along. Okay. Oh, hi, Yar. Welcome in. Wait, you know Zushi? Zushi? No. I am guessing of how to pronounce. That is literally all. But okay. Where the hell were we in this? So Arn's very mad. Oh yes, I had seen somebody die in the future, right? Whatever. All things have their place. I have seen the bones splitting in the fire, cracks spreading into 10 more cracks, 10 more futures, 10 more futures. Ever forward, countless possibilities multiplying until they crumble into blackened dust. All things end. Centuries before, I am staring up at the stars. They are twinkling and falling in utter chaos. The sky itself is closing up on me. It has not happened yet, but it will. Oh, I did it! Yay! Well, close enough that you're like, yeah, sure. I feel very proud. Alright. Where was I? Seen the board. No, that wasn't it either. Where was... Okay. Just centuries before, I am staring up at the stars. They are twinkling and falling in utter chaos. The sky itself is closing up on me. It has not happened yet, but it will. I take my chance to look at the stars while I still can. I roll off you clutching at your metal frame, pointing out the constellations. The horn, the spear, the pelt, and the hide. I do not want to let you go. I want to hold you like this in every future, but you do not exist yet, and so I must lie alone. Once I looked into the maw of a god, and it whispered knowledge, that the stars were burning balls of the fire the size of this world, lasting for countless turnings. I wonder what kind of truth a fire of that magnitude holds. Unextinguishing, undying. So Arn is wandering through the catacombs to my right, as you and the woman with the metal arm and the doctors walk to my left. You are following me now, and I am following him in the past. He takes us down side passages and tight corridors, packed with so many bones you struggle to move, crunching from behind me. But I am not worried. This place is seared into my memory. We arrive before one of the grave vaults. Space is reserved for a single set of honored bones and sealed in stone. This one is empty, unsealed. He shows me, smiling brightly. This is where my bones will rest, he proudly informs me. But I do not want him to die. He has been with me from the beginning. Life itself is under my grasp. What can the future not be too? Why can the future not be too? The seeds are watered. Somewhere else, I see his serpentine bones shoved into a ditch and buried under countless snakes. He wanted to rest in the city of his birth. He came to me in my study, asking for release to go to the land by the river he had picked. I peered into the fire and told him what I saw, a grand army falling on him, slaying him. An army riding on Adatum. If he goes free, he dies. The only way to keep him is to control him. He must remain with me, an instrument of my power. I do not tell him which army is falling on him, and which is riding on Adatum. Centuries later, he is staring with horror at the first of my Holocaust as they rise from death. Centuries later, a swarm of the misshapen marching dead are falling on him, cutting him to pieces as the caravan escapes. I am watching atop my horse as he is cut to pieces. I am watching from my swaddling in Levjatar's arms as we escape. He proudly shows me around the grave vault he has chosen. If I am to die here, he tells me, it will be in a tomb of my choosing. A millennium later, he is bleeding to death in a ditch. I took his farm from him. I owe him this, at least. I hear a hissing. Ieva from behind me, gazing hatefully at you. Saarn on top of her, gazing hatefully at me. Ooh. Back to Xenophon's point of view real quick. We are stopped in a vault like many we passed by. Those were sealed with stone doors and tarred shut. This one is open. The sarcophagus is empty. She is leaning over it, staring into it as if she expects something to erupt out, or hopes that it does. I place a hand on her shoulder. Xenophon, Ian? She yanks away and whirls around. I withdraw my hand, but she is not reacting to me, I realize. Her gaze is glassy and foggy as she stares past me and at Ieva. I see Ieva's eyes widen and her face contorts with uncertainty and confusion. She does not know what Ian wants from her. I do not think she ever did. Ieva says, Grand Karcist? And then, I am incorrect. Ian is not looking at Ieva. She is staring straight through her. Her lip trembles and I realize she is whispering something under her breath. I lean forward to hear better. Ian, used as a weapon, as a tool. He did not ask to be made this way. I understand now. Xenophon, yes. Ian, how do I even begin to... Her voice trails off, I think, for a moment. Xenophon, gently. Her gaze shifts to me. I am not looking at the Ian I have come to know. I am looking at a scared, unsure child. But I nod regardless, and her gaze slides away from me. She mouths something I cannot make sense of. Oh my Fish, I need a hydrate break. I'm looking real good right now. You're not wrong. Thank you, Arctic. I will do another one. We need lots of hydrate. And a stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Toast and posture check. Oh. Ooh, crickety crack. Ooh, baby stretches. Oh. Okay. I'm just wondering how soon we should take a break. I think I want to go another little chunk. Yeah. We're going to read to the end of the next Xenophon's point of view, but that's going to be a little bit. It's not long, but it's a little bit, and then we will take a little break. I look out at the spirit of Sa'arn halfway across the chamber as he circles it. We're back to Ian, if you couldn't tell. My eyes are wide, pleading, but I am silent. Words have failed me with him before. He needs more. He needs action. A metal hand from my right offers me a snake bone. I take it, crush it in my fist, sprinkle it over the altar. His gaze meets mine again, and he sees something different this time. Those slitted, serpentine eyes soften as he sees where we are, where I am, what I am doing. I am sorry, I whisper. Yes, Toast, I have the 3DO right at the side. He nods stiffly, scales shifting. His lip trembles, like he means to say something, but he only nods and departs. He is going to his farm, I hope. He has earned it. There is a trembling from deep below the earth. It is then and now. Lovejatar stumbles, and so do you and your party. I do not. Kitty's back in the room. She crunch. Okay. A deep, hungry roaring. More, more. I am devouring lump after lump of purple-red flesh, blood pouring down my chin and my breasts and navel mixing with my tattoos and my scars. Human mixing with the divine. My tattoos are obscured underneath it, subsumed by the blood. I am one thing. I need more and more. I am bouncing Eva on my lap, holding a crippled bird as I set its wing. I coo at her and the bird, offering to let her hold it. I am trying to distract her from the children running and playing with their hide ball in the field. I am failing, and her eyes flit toward the boys and girls thick with envy. Her eyes flit towards you as we speak in the night with the same expressions. In an hour and a half, those eyes are seeing the divine, subsumed like tattoos under blood. I am staring at the eyes of a corpse, empty with no life, cold and gray and still, just like mine. I am putting my finger on its bare chest, blood from the old god still dribbling down my chain, wailing of the beast echoing around the chamber as I wrench apart its rib cage and massage its heart back to beating. The gray eyes twitch and focus. This is of perversion. Where are you? Where was that? Oh my gosh, did Kitty be making a funky sound? A heartbeat later? Hell yeah, Toast. I'm staring at the eyes of a corpse, empty with no life. Yeah. The great eyes twitch and focus is a perversion and facsimile. A facsimile. I don't know why and facsimile of life. I am sitting in my tent now, still at home, before we have uprooted our existence. Eva is behind me, counseling me that you cannot be trusted. You are artificial, a mockery of the life and humanity we hold dear. But you do not truly live, you do not die, and you do not feel. I nod, my mind somewhere else. One of the priestesses is casting desperate curses on me as I advance on her, scrabbling backward into the corner of the catacombs. Many ran down here to escape the massacre. They do not understand how deeply I know this place. Roots fail to burst out of my skin. My eyes fail to grow red with disease. She cries out that I am not truly alive before I reach out and her bones crumble to nothingness within her body. Her corpse sags. Ugh. Baddie Yun is like the most terrifying. Why are we suggesting that we are massaging Baddie Yun's heart back? I don't like this. Love Jatar sags in my arms, blood burbling out of the wound. We both look down on in disbelief. For a moment, the haze in my mind that has torn me apart for centuries clears, and all I feel is animal agony and regret. But then he is gone, already thrown into the future, and I am curling into his body while we devour each other under the stars. I do not want this to end. I look up at the stars. They last forever. My hand grips your metal one while the grave fires warm us. The stars have shifted, blinked away. I reached up to point out the constellations to you and find they are no longer there. They have crumbled away, leaving only dark ashes. 10 minutes ago, the doctor is whispering something to his soldiers behind him. You seem worried as you follow me. We are very deep, you inform me. Would it be wise to go up? I shake my head. We cannot. In an hour, we are already at the bottom. The catacombs are growing less maintained now, bones scattering among the floor. The people began to fear descending, leaving me free to wander the ossuaries alone. I know the name of every fallen soldier interred here. I whisper them to myself as I pass. I notice you repeating the words as you inspect the cubbyholes. Uruk walks with me, her huge size barely fitting in these tunnels, her head bowed. She will have to set out again soon. The Mechanites and the Deva push on our borders. I whisper the names to her as we pass, and she repeats them. She has always struggled with memory, but she lays her trust in me to get the names right. She lays all her trust in me. 4 millennia ago, I am letting her lift me up on gigantic palms, offering my arms. Her wide eyes are unsure, concerned, but I assure her, and her teeth bite down, taking my entire left arm off. The stump hangs there, bone jutting out where it snapped. The muscle spasms and blood pours. Then the bone extends, the blood congeals into new muscle, the sinew springs forth, and the skin grows, bringing my tattoos with it. In 5 seconds, I am fine again. Uruk is looking down at me, eyes the size of my head. For once they are not beaded with tears. It's gone, she whispers. It does not hurt anymore. We exit into another massive chamber, and I can hear the soldiers and researchers gasp. It is another cavern, but now channels of glowing red runs through the floor, light glancing off 1,000 bodies. Endless rows of hulking, misshapen bodies, many arms and hunched backs, dressed in hide armor and spears in hand. Uruk is presenting them to me, your personal guard, while I fight in your name, she explains. They will die before letting harm befall you. Centuries ago, I am back in that quarry. The rock wall has given way to reveal purple-red flesh, glowing with blood like a holy spring, flowing with blood like a holy spring. Uruk is bowing her head for me, assuring me she will die before letting anyone harm me. Then I am standing on a cliffside, pointing out a village. It has some stragglers from the old masters, Deva, certainly, but no priestesses. No more a threat to us than a lame deer. But we need room, and I need sacrifices. She nods. 4 days in the future, the village is burning. A century in my past, she is holding me to her lips and gnawing off my arm. We are walking through the assembled soldiers. Your researcher inspecting the armor on the statues of ash and plaster, perfectly immortalized. Not one looks quite the same as the others. Urok is repeating the names of the dead soldiers interned in these halls. I worry about what she will do when I am gone. What my people will do without a strong leader to guide them. The uncertainty gnaws at me. A millennium later, my horse is atop a bluff, watching as wave after wave of my holocaust, each different, are cut down by a massive, armored figure and her few loyalists. Her blades come down like hammers, slaying half a dozen of my death beasts in one swoop. I do not care. They will rise again in time. Urok's gaze lands on me. For a split second, her sword lowers, and I see it all in her eyes. Pain, confusion, endless questions. Just long enough for them to swarm her and bring her down. Hungry, lifeless maws, eating her alive. And then we get back to Xenophon. Oh my gosh. We are walking through the columns of petrified soldiers. It is strange. I have seen the Holocaust in her memories, but only ever from a distance. But now we are close enough to touch them, captured in perfect living detail but unmoving. No two are quite the same. The other researchers, Dr. Hussein and his team, realize that. They see the varying defects and misshapen limbs and injuries, but they do not see the different knittings on the leather armor, or the different charms around their necks, or the different expressions on these faces. Not just mindless anger, but joy, worry, fear. Xenophon, these were your personal guard. Ian, yes, trained to defend me until the very end. Xenophon, trained by Urok, I assume. Ian, yes, she worried for me. Who would protect me in her absence? She was supposed to protect me, and I was supposed to protect her. We pass on different sides of a hulking soldier carrying a spear 4 times his height. We are following the path carved into the ground. It is a series of channels filled with a glowing red fluid. What is that? Sitting in the cut channels. Ian, a moment, Urok. I stop. Ian? Ian says, yes, yes. Okay. This is not good. Another tremor rises through the city, shaking everything. This one is less gentle than the previous ones. I wait for it to pass. Xenophon says, it is me. You are here with me. Ian says, of course I am. I am here with you. I am here with Urok. I'm still at the study with Nadok. And I am in the vault with Sa'arn. And I am stepping into Lovejatar's home and seeing he is asleep. It is all at once for me. I am not sure what to say. Urok is thinking. Thank you. Xenophon says, she would understand. She nods and crushes it, sprinkling the dust into the blood. Oh, I skipped over. I'm not sure what to say. Ian says blood. It is blood, and it is not sitting stagnant. It is flowing. Looking closer, I see she is right. It is flowing through the channels continuously. I hear a crack, and I see her draw a large piece of rib from her bones. The same I helped her burn. A memory goes to that night, and I remember myself pinned to the ground, her straddling my chassis before leaning down to press her forehead to mine. I label this as a priority memory and encrypt it. Of course you do. I like the way it makes me feel. I do not want to lose it. See you feel. Ian says, it is not a full bone. Xenophon, she would understand. She nods and crushes it, sprinkling the dust into the blood. The white ashes flow forward, around and around, dispersing between all the branches and between the stone soldiers. She is whispering to herself as we watch it. Ian. One stream splits into 10 more, 10 more. No one can see how it ends. I cock my head at her in her confusion, and Xenophon says, it doesn't end. Okay, we are not yet at halfway. I would say we're a third of the way through the, oh my gosh. Through this last chunk. To the part 6. And so I will say that we will maybe get one more break at 2/3 through. And I realize that my Stream Elements little reminder of you can redeem whenever and I'll get to it is off from when we did Power Wash. And I'll say I still would prefer if we don't overwhelm me with a bunch of the same thing as a joke. But yes, please feel free to redeem things for our little break. I will do the hydrate real quick. And yeah, we're gonna do our little break. I will. Oh my gosh, I forgot to put on the trigger warning that whole time. Which one is heartbeat? It should say heartbeats, shouldn't it? Yeah. It looks like it's on right now. Is it not on? Do not see. Oh. I wonder why. Can we not redeem that right now? Why the heck not? It is on here. I don't know why, but it looks like it's the same cost as a Hummings. So, or a Glub Glubs maybe? It's in the same. If you see Humming or Glub Glubs, do we see the Glub Glubs up there? Maybe what's going on is that you can't find everything. Let's see if I can find them all. It's a long list, to be fair. I've got a very long list. You know what? I don't see the Glub Glubs. So that one does seem to be not here for some reason. Oh boy. Okay, let's see if I can do a little quick adjust. I was wondering why no one was redeeming these things. I don't want that right there. No. Mare. Might taking some time. I could try and do this while also doing the other things, but I think it would be taking a while making sure. They were turned off in the center spot. Okay. I have adjusted. Let's hope that this work. Can we see them now? The Glub Glubs, the way I called them that is because there's the little globe massager. The little can't hear him as well. Not on the 3DO. We have found heartbeats. We have a double heartbeats. We don't need both of them. But yeah, you can see them. Okay. I don't know why they weren't. How about I start with one heartbeats and one Glub Glubs and we'll maybe get to others later. We do not need the doubles. So I just, yeah. Heartbeats. Here we go. Hold on. It'll take a minute to swap.
you hear me okay? Alright, here we go. We're gonna do a heartbeat. Oh, hold on. I'm still listening in the 3DO world. Thank you for those. Thank you for subbing. And you did exactly what I knew. I needed to be quiet. How rude. Thank you so much, Sushi. And then thank you for gifting to Cernabog. All of the money frowns. All the money frowns. Thank you. Where was? I'm glad you like the frogs as well. We have the glubs next. That's the little, ooh, the little massagers making funky noises. So we're gonna try that now. Here we go. Alright, and now we can go back. And now, woo! Now I hear myself more like normal, but my head cord is wrapped around the chair arm. Ah. Okay, you should record some 5 or 10 minutes of heartbeat for the YouTubes. You think I ain't already planned that? You think you're not gonna get that already? You think? You think? I've got literally every other trigger being addressed. And you think I'm not gonna do that to this one? A what? A what? No, I have a plan for those, and I hate to say it, but I usually save up those popping out for when I haven't been streaming or I have to break my schedule. Like, remember for when the winter holidays time I was away, I was posting the triggers every day or every other day. I have to tell you guys, I'm gonna be going on a holiday soon, and I will be doing the triggers posted instead of streaming. 30-minute triggers when I don't know if I can talk to myself for 30 minutes. There are some things that I could absolutely do for 30 minutes straight. The humming is like not quite, but is closer. The heartbeats, I don't think I can, because the problem with that is that I have to just sit there and not fall asleep myself. Anyway, how soon? I didn't want to announce it right now, but we stumbled into it, so okay. It'll be mid to late July, all the way until early to mid August. I'm being away. I know, and that's a beginning. It's very chaos with that plan. How would this happen? Well, the sooner we get to then, the sooner you get the heartbeats released. Because I'm not going to release it while I'm doing very busy streaming like I am here at the Apothecary. Well, it's not that consistent and busy, but I was trying to be, and then I got extra busy. I mean it honestly. I intended to do daily streams or close. So yeah, I know that it's a long time away, and that's why I need to have a bunch of redeems ready. I sorry. Yeah. How would this happen? No. I don't want to make a bunch of cry frowns hit the chat, but cause good things, like I'm gonna enjoy myself. Like I don't know, but I will miss you guys. Alright, with the glub glubs done and the first heartbeats done, we will get back to other heartbeats soon. And whoa, I think there was a bug. And we're gonna jump back into story. Make sure to stay hydrated now and then. Hell yeah, I knew you would. Hydrate. I'm tempted to do, like, with all those things, there's like tappies on this, tappies on that, and all the different sounds of stuff. I'm very curious about this little panda that I got, Vi. We showed it off before, but brace yourselves for the most ridiculous sounds. It's just a little squishy panda filled with questionable white liquid. I've called it milk. I don't know why, or at least it looks white in this little thingy. But like, the fuck, the fuck did I commit? That is a terrible time to show up. I must admit, Briar. Yep, this is fine. Yeah. It's the weirdest thing, and I gave it to Vi, but I think I need to, along with the other things, make like a very short recording of it for a joke. Just like we've got tin and plastic jar and plastic and tin jar, the most stupid little silly things. You gotta record some other stupid little silly things, like panda toy squelching. I don't think I can call it that. I don't think there's any good name for that sound. There's nothing. Tin and plastic is better than plastic and tin. You mean plastic in tin. Tin in plastic. Yeah, I agree. The plastic in tin sounds like a shitty cowbell. You know what I mean? And if you didn't hear it before, hear it now. Sounds like a bell. Whereas that sounds a little bit more like gravel crunch under steps. Anybody? Okay. Put the little milk panda away, Raven. Get back to story. Okay, reminder, I will take another break at 2/3 through this. That's a lovely sound. Which one? Milk squelch? Milk panda, perfect name. Okay, milk panda. There you go, that's what I'll call it if I record it. I should record it just for sillies.
and because I'll need a lot of the little vids. But we're gonna jump in. Yes, there will be a break in another little chunk, and you can redeem then. But let's keep reading. I think it's a little too late for Dew, so Dew has probably gone to bed at this point. I hope I know things. Maybe I can check. I haven't had Discord open. I can check Discord to make sure if I've been given any hints about what to know. I have been given 0 hints. Darn. Okay. What can you do? Toast, you already have a heartbeats that's waiting. We already have a heartbeats that's waiting. I might have to refund you for that one so you can use it elsewhere, but I get it. I get it. We like our heartbeats. Okay. It was a bug. I found your bug. Get lost. Briar, you weren't here for this, but this is a repeat of the kalimba. I'm getting overwhelmed. I will refund, and I will insist that you redeem the heartbeats at a later stream. Oh gosh. There's not many later streams left. There's a gaming stream, and there's Power Wash, and then the other one's hand cam, and is a surprise later. Wait, I already had the other one here. Yeah, exactly. I will refund your recent one. We did a bad with the kalimba. Unintentionally, but yes. I will try to get to that heartbeats me at the end. Yeah. I think it's fair because y'all didn't know you had heartbeats. I was like, nobody's redeeming heartbeats. I've had the mic ready. I need to make sure they know that it's here and that you could have the 3D. I didn't know it wasn't even visible. I'm so sorry, guys. It was just a goofy silly. No worries. But I'm realizing that, yeah, maybe it's fair. TV weaving queen, right? Oh my gosh. And immediate. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, thank you for the follow, Calibaba VR. Let's begin with a little dancey for you. Dancey. Thank you so much. Hello, Raiders. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be kooky. We have a tradition where I say your name and we do a dance emote whenever we have a new follow. So please, dance emotes, guys. Let's do a dance party. Thank you for the follow. Clan Boyd 3. Hello. Whoa. Let's do another dancey. Which dancey do I want to do? I want to do bouncies. Where are my There's bouncies for that. Hello. Thank you for giving the shout out for them, Fat and Cage. Oh my goodness. Hey, that background looks familiar. It should. If you know Violet Spellcraft, you should know. I am Apothecary sitting at Violet Spellcraft's Apothecary right now, and we are reading a very intense SCP story, but we will get to it. We had taken a break, and so you're coming in. Very good timing. I guess I'm going to have to do a summary. It's going to be intense, but everybody please check out TV Weefy. Thank you so much for the raid, ma'am. Oh, also thank you for follow Reapers here 881. I appreciate. Let's drop some more dances. Which dance? I'm gonna use this little one from a gift sub again. Why you pout, Cage? Why you pout? Alright. Thank you for popping in. Please feel free to go look after yourself. Get food, get rest, get lost. Whatever you need to do. Please look after yourself. But if you want to lurk, if you want to hang out, I love it. Thank you so much for bringing your people in. Yeah, we're reading SCP. Oh my gosh. Renfield 97, thank you for your follow too. Oh my gosh, who am I gonna choose for the... Yeah, we're gonna do a Cage little head nod, Dancy. Stay hydrated. I will. I'm hydrating. Everybody else, please stay hydrated as well. That's what you are. Incredible. It's robot smut. That's what she's reading. No, that was like one scene that is... It is being referenced a good deal now. But, yeah. And yes, the hydrate is for everybody, not just me. It's just that that's what I say. It's actually kind of a lot, and the trigger warning will go up. We haven't been doing the graphic descriptions of what the trigger warning, but it is referenced still. So I'll warn you guys of that. It could at any point be more of that. But let's jump back in.
Um, we're gonna get to more triggers later on. If you want to redeem something, we're having another chunk of reading. Feel free to redeem when you want, and I will get to it in the break. At this point, I'm going to have to settle with streaming longer, and indeed, probably not sleeping very much tonight. But okay, whoosh whoosh ha, here's the trigger warning going up. It has been a long SCP. It is chaos. It is including cannibalism and some violence. Basically, we have a small tribe that are living in Mongolia/China, and they are descended from a pretty intense group. It could be a whole essay, quite honestly. And that's why I did the summary and other violent things, but yeah, we could add a couple more. The group is descended from some trickier past, and there's a piece of it that is this myth that's super powerful, and that's why the SCP Foundation is pretty interested, and they want their hands on it. Them slimy mofos. They weren't getting anywhere, and the person in charge of it was evidently racist and shitty and didn't want to do work, and just said, well, maybe it never existed and we should put our efforts elsewhere. And then somebody else was like, you know what, actually, let's give them a robot and make sure that things get done. And the robot has done very well. That is Xenophon, our buddy. He did, in fact, a little too well. There was a robot smut referenced. It was not described, to be fair, but it's, yeah. And to also be fair, they didn't exactly get sexual. They got cannibalistic, intimate. If you paid attention to the story, you can kind of see, but it makes it, oh boy, it's a time. We are done with that. We are now moving through the sort of epilogue. It's a very long epilogue. We are reading exactly what has been scrubbed from the robot's mind. For some reason, the robot could not remember things, and we were reading it as someone else was trying to talk to them. I still don't know who the F that is. Maybe it was Ian. But based on how things were worded, I don't think it was. I don't know who that was. And now we're trying to figure out what happened. They were going back to that magic city. They made it to this legend city, and I say magic because there's got to be something there that's anomalous that the Foundation wants. But watch your stream info at a later date. To be fair, this was multiple parts, but they are officially a playlist on YouTube. So yes, if you would like, please check out YouTube. We should do that command. All of those are up except for this one, of course. And yeah, we're trying to remember what happened. I will warn you that when we read from Ian, the anomalous human's perspective, it is very twisty-windy because she is seeing in the fourth dimension. She is seeing time stacked on itself a little bit. And then there's snippets of Xenophon's POV that kind of steadies us where the heck we are. And it's tense and it's a lot. Yeah, good luck. Okay, here we go. We can't do a full summary. They're gonna run away so fast. Okay. We have landed at Ian has put both Sa'arn and Urok's now burned bones from their little burning moment into places that are fitting for their graves in the city. What's the word? Catacombs. And now we're back into Ian's wobbly journal entry section. Xenophon had said it doesn't end time, I guess, or the stream splitting into more, which is a reference to her seeing how possibilities of the future keep splitting into different options. And we begin. I realize you're right. It comes back around on itself. I look down and see the proof. The channels form a loop. This is channels of blood on the floor and, like I said, reference to the future or whatever. Is there a beginning, or does it just go around on itself, and all we ever see are endings? I am carving love guitars and my name into the walls of the staircase. He is smiling and asking how our story ends. I think I would know what it's about, but this chat is too chaotic. It's true. You'll have to watch it back and actually listen to me and ignore the parts where I interrupt myself to talk to you guys. Grr. Okay. I realize you're right. Is there a beginning? I am carving love guitars and my name into the walls of the staircase. He is smiling and asking me how our story ends. I tell him it will never end. Never, he asks. Never, I assure him. Forever and ever, like the stars burning in the sky. I am standing at the balcony of my tower. The entire city is rumbling, shaking, spasming as the earth itself rises. The city closes on itself and I see the sun blink out, eclipsed by a black moon. Adatum is bathed in blackness. The last of the bone dust sprinkles into the bloodstream and circulates through the chamber. I hear a thumping and look up. Ulrach, at the far end of this cavity, huge figure dressed in the same armor as her now stone soldiers. She nods at me and smiles, and then she too is gone. Your people fan out, inspecting these ash stone soldiers. Centuries ago, I am raising them from the dead, watching corpses stumble to feet and gaze lifelessly at me. I cannot bring myself to order them to go after my Karsists. Something inside me, something I thought long suppressed, stops me. I do not understand what, and it enrages me. I scream, but there is no one left alive in Adatum to hear it. Only me and the dead. I am as alone as I have ever been. In a shadowed corner of the cavern, metal fingers graze mine. That'd be our robot. And I realized you are beside me. You are beside me, the you being the robot, by the way. You are beside me when I am playing games with the children, inquisitive little eyes fascinated by your construction. My eyes tracing the contours of these metal plates. One sits in your lap, and you are too surprised to remove him. I laugh deeply. 4 millennia ago, one of our children is tugging the hem of Love Jitar's robe, and he laughs and raises them into the air. We have raised so many children into Karsists. They are to be the next generation of leaders, interpreters, guides. I know I should trust them. We raised them, but try as I might, I cannot place my faith in them. I have seen them as children. I have seen their mistakes, flaws, failings. I know which ones are impulsive, meek, too smart for their own good, and not smart enough. I cannot separate this from my view of them. Ieva pouts at me while I admonish her. The result of her latest experiment lies between us, a sparrow she molded with a third clawed wing. It fell from the air and snapped its neck. I just wanted to see what would happen, she insists. I raise my voice at her. It is dead now. Death is not reversible. These are the powers we play with. She shrinks under my rage, but I can see she does not understand. If death is so powerful, how has her teacher cheated it for so long? 20 years later, I am sitting before the stele while Ieva leads her first prayer, singing, coming from deep in her lungs. She looks to me for approval. All I can see is the bird between us twitching in the embrace of death. Ieva is looking around now, shocked at the state of the Ash Halkast. These are not the noble, proud soldiers she has read me preaching about. These are casts of gaps, icons of lifeless monstrosities dragged back from holy death. These are the consequences of my actions. She looks to me eyes wide and confused. I am as inscrutable to her as I have ever been. Your doctor orders us to continue. The gaunt, ash-gray faces of 1,000 of my men disturb him. He feels outnumbered. 2 nights ago, something takes root inside his head. The woman with the metal arm nods at you. 2 days ago, she has given the order to protect us. We are all automatons, all of us, slaves acting on the whims of masters we cannot see. I cringe away from the lash of the whip as it strikes the slave next to me, a harsh order from the slave master. In 3 years, I am pressing my fingers to his terrified face and kissing his forehead while his blood boils inside his body. He never realizes who I am. We are diving deeper into the tunnels now, far past where the rest of the Nalka dared to tread, into the labyrinth intestines of this city thing. Labyrinthine intestines of the city thing. I am sorry. The tunnels are narrow, unfinished, the bones load-bearing, forming great pillars that keep the ceiling from caving in. They crunch under our footsteps. The stench of death is omnipresent. My feet move by themselves. I have walked this path so many times alone. I am alone. I am leaning on the balcony of my tower alongside Lovejatar. We are making plans. Once our people have settled in, we will leave. I have become something greater. The beast blood within my veins runs white and wild. There are other injustices elsewhere. More slaves to free, more masters to slay, more truth to spread. Lovejatar's hands dance along my spine. We will have a home by the sea, I say. You have never seen the great water before. It has been 2 centuries since I left the confines of this city. Far from a prison, it now encompasses me. I feel it like it is part of my body. My fingers stretch through alleyways and my viscera form catacombs. I see everything. The food is disturbed, the water is brought in, the dead are burned, and the sick are healed. All functions as it should as long as all listen to me. They just need to listen to me. 1,000 years before, I am kneeling before the beast. This is a delicate dance of control. This thing is a god. Its kind has kept men in bondage since time immemorial. One slip and it would devour me alive. I know it would, because there is a hunger in me to do the same. I saw off a sliver of flesh, and its wailing is startlingly human, but I cannot stop. This is what it takes to build the paradise we deserve. Would my dear Clavigars still accept me if they knew what I was doing? What this city was built on? They must not know, I whisper. Centuries later, I am still kneeling before the beast. There are no illusions about who has the control anymore. The knife is in my grip. The blood drenches my hands. The wailing falls on my deaf ears. I saw away bits of the flesh wall, rich and divine as the day I uncovered it in the quarry. I only need a bit more. A few things left that I cannot exert my will over. My control is absolute over life, our people, this city, but holy death escapes my grasp. My body is sustained as long as I eat, but what happens when the flesh runs out? I only need enough to allow the ritual, and then all will be well. I am hungry, so hungry. You missed the origami? Aw. We will be back to origami in a while. It won't be too long. The ritual is done, and I am waking up swaddled in Nadok's robes. I am waking up before the beast, alone, utterly alone. Something has been ripped out of me. There is a sickening, violent absence in my chest. My skin burns on my body. What have I done? Where has the seed gone? The seed being seed of humanity, the piece of Eon that became the other Eon, that whole mess. I am stumbling to my feet, crawling up the stairs. 10 minutes in my future, I am watching with disbelieving eyes as my Clavigars, my Nalka, leave me in a vast drove, torches riding away in the night over the city walls. Sarkic, those who walk away. I scream. It means nothing and no one hears it. Months ago, I am stabbing my knife into the beast, demanding it spill its secrets of divinity. The beast's blood in my veins is powerful, but not powerful enough. I need control. I need the ability to shape the world to my will. I need the power to make them listen to me. I need to be a god. The thought, strangely, does not disturb me anymore. It wails the truth, that I must die to be reborn, that I must excise my humanity to overcome it. Months later, I am sucking in breaths as I drag myself through these bone-laden tunnels. I look down at myself, streaking a trail of red as I claw forward. Your foot falls where my head was, will be. The bone crunches underneath. I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die. The thought echoes in my brain as I crawl. You are going to die, Lovejatar says to me in confusion. I am talking about the future, what Adatum and the Nalka will do millennia from now. He does not understand. I have no intention of leaving this city's fate up to any god save for me. In 5 years he is already sneaking into the chamber of the beast, snatching the babe I have cut out of my chest. Centuries ago, I am grabbing his arm and the slave masters roughly grab his collar and haul him off into the tent of one of the witch priestesses. I am watching him get dragged off. I am powerless to stop them. The weakness burns hot. In the night, in this quarry, I swear an oath to the only god I recognize, myself. I will never leave my fate up to any master again. My love stares at me strangely. Decades ago, I am kissing him and he is wrapping himself into my embrace. I never want to let him go. Now he is embracing me, hands wrapping around my bloodied robes. His torch lies abandoned on the stone ground, casting flickering light into the chamber of the beast. Door lying open behind me. He came to fetch me for something. He is holding me as if trying to drag me back from something. We do not speak. We have never needed to speak, really. We speak over a lunch. I do not need food anymore, but he asked to speak. Anyone else interrupting my unholy work would have earned my wrath, but I cannot deny my love, so we speak. We speak as we watch the sunrise and Adatum come to life. He tells me he loves me, and always will. It is last night, and I am on top of you, grinding flesh against metal, and you were saying words I have heard before. That'll be the reference to the... Yep. I am holding Lovejatar as he sobs. Tomorrow I am burying the lump of dead flesh, but now I am staring at it in quiet confusion. Life should be under my absolute control. How is it that the things most important to me escape my domain? Millennia before, I am watching the cracks in the bones grow and grow and grow, forward, forward. They all end in the same way, crumbling into blackness. I stare at the stillbirth and frown. A decade ago, Ieva pleads with me to do the last rites of the latest dead. I forbid it. She is not ready. She demands to know when she will be ready. I do not answer. In 10 minutes, I am sobbing in agony, doubled over and kneeling. Lovejatar and I are looking over the nameless city, its future utterly unwritten. Lovejatar and I are looking down at Adatum, the paradise we are building with blood that is not my own. I'm looking down at black Adatum, scorched by my sins, utterly alone. In my past, I am preaching to my Nalka that this place will be different, that we will build something new, something without gods or kings. In my future, I am preaching to a dead city that I am their god and their king, while siege engines batter the walls. I'm whispering that my control is absolute even as the city begins to sink and the sky closes over my head. A century later, deep in the dark underground, there is no one left to lie to, not even myself. A metal hand lands on my shoulder and I stop. 2 minutes ago, I stopped before a small, unassuming doorway. Right now, I realize I have stopped, the soldier's eyes boring into me. I look to you, and in your metal gaze, I see trust. I step forward. Oh my gosh. With that, it's a Xenophon POV here for a second. It's a very short Xenophon bit. There is nothing in this place. It is a corner of the catacombs like any other. I am walking around the set of 3 rooms, and I do not see any significant carvings, artifacts, or points of archaeological interest. I do not even see any remains. But I somehow understand this place is unspeakably important to you. Xenophon says, Ian? I turn. You are still standing in the doorway, staring inside. Your lip trembles. Okay. Back to Ian. 4,000 years ago, I am stepping into this doorway. It is bare and empty. Several attached rooms, no doubt meant to hold the graves of a powerful family. A hand wraps around my own and Lovejatar looks at me. This will be our home, he announces. Decades later, I am stepping into this warm space lit by fire. Blankets are draped around all the surfaces and the children race between my legs, eager for their father. There is meat hanging above the fire, flesh roasting. Lovejatar is leaning against the wall, asleep, a smile playing on his lips. There is war on the surface. There is a fell god below, but here, this is pure, this is innocent. I am finally home. I look around, there is nothing here. The blankets have withered away to nothing. The fire is dark ashes and soot. There are no strings of herbs hanging from the ceiling, no laughter echoing about the stone walls. No one is waiting for me with a smile. This place is cold and dead. I crumple to the floor, body racked by sobs. This is not how it was supposed to go, not how it was meant to end. Okay, I was getting nervous. When are we gonna fall to our knees so heartbroken? And it's just because we're grieving how everything fell apart. I was nervous. I'm sure there's still more to happen, but okay. I did not mean for any of this to happen. I look backward towards that scene, stepping into my warm home. I reach out for it. It turns to dust and slips through my fingers. I am not there. I only think I am. That life is lost, cracking into 1,000 pieces and crumbling into scorched bone. I am sobbing and cursing the only God I know, myself. Nadok is holding me, drawing the equations on the chalkboard. You cannot go backward, Ian. Forward, forward. So Arn is pleading with me in my throne room. So Arn is pleading with me in my throne room. All things end, Ian. Forward, forward. Urok is staring at me from across the battlefield, wide eyes demanding an answer. Why, Ian? Forward, forward. I have been a slave, bloodied and bruised, working to the bone in the quarries of the old masters, utterly helpless to the whims of other men. I have been a king, lauded and honored, leading my people into a new tomorrow, beholden to no one but the gods. I've been a healer, praised and blessed, reaching into the maw of a fell god and stealing the secrets of life, nothing beyond my power save for death. I have been a deathbringer, reviled and cursed, raising my holocaust from the dead and unleashing them against my enemies. No one left to tell me no. Oh my goodness, more raids. We've had how many raids now? Hello, hello. Welcome in, Koizetsu. Hello. Koizetsu. Hello. Welcome in, Konget raid. Koi raid, koi raid. Oh, look at that little fish. Look at that little fish. Okay. I'm booping. You've been playing games. Ha. Well, welcome in. Come get cozy. We're in the middle of reading, and I am easily distractible, so I'm going to probably get back to it. But please look after yourself if you need to go get food, get rest, whatever you need to do. Please go ahead and do that. And I'm very glad that you brought your people in. I have followed everybody else. Please check them out. Okay. Where were we? I have been a deathbringer. Yes. Reviled and cursed, raising my holocaust from the dead and unleashing them against my enemies. No one left to tell me no. I have been a heretic, tortured and martyred, subverting the teachings of gods and men. Throat cut and hanged from a tree, no soul to aid me except my dearest clavigars. I don't know when that happened. I'd love to hear a more proper, direct order, but okay. I have been a god, worshipped and obeyed, my gaze stretching out across all existence. Everything under my control except those most dear to me. Forward, forward, until it all ends, crumbling into black dust. I am standing on the hill staring up at the stars as they twinkle and smear and change in the night sky, pinpricks of light blinding out one by one. blinking out one by one. Sorry. Nadok explains to me that even the fire of stars dies eventually. Hurtling forward in time, I barely hear him. Eva stalks out in frustration as I watch the oxbone fragments burn in the flames. I'm watching all my futures collapse, the cracks retreating, drawing back to one point, back to the here and now. There is no past, there is no future, there is only now. Me kneeling on the floor, sobbing alone. Love Jatar is here, leaning against that wall, smile playing on his lips. My eyes widen. You cannot control everything, Ian. He gets to his feet, stretching, no older than when we met. Life cannot be corralled and trained. Life just happens. But it'll end. He steps forward, reaches out a hand, and kisses both my cheeks. I know, he smiles. And then he too is gone. I think we're finally putting away all the time scattering, but I'm not sure. Everything is silent. Soldiers are staring at me. I realize with a start where I am, here, now, next to you. I look backward. The past is inscribed in bones, memories that have already happened and will never happen again. I look forward. The future is clean bone. I am in the now. You are holding me in defiance of what the doctor and the soldiers and everyone else will think. There is no place and no time else I would rather be. I wipe the tears off my face and smile. I am ready to go now. We wander off out of this dead place. This was my home once. I smile fondly at the memory instead of falling into it. But that is the past. Now it holds nothing for me. I can hear the doctor whispering to the soldiers and the clicking of guns. They do not trust either of us. Another thing that unites us. I can feel it still moving below this tomb city in the deep vault. But it does not scare me anymore. It has no power over me. I will face my fate. We wander deeper, deeper, ever deeper on the same path my feet have traced 10,000 times through winding ossuaries and charnel houses, bones crushed to dust underneath my feet. The trembling is closer and closer. I am sagging, leaning against you for support. After 4,000 years, I am exhausted, but there is still work to be done. Ian, you say. I look up. 2 great stone doors lie before us. The same stone doors I have seen in my memory time and time again. This is it, I tell you, the heart of the city, the cornerstone all my empire is built on. My sin, my betrayal, my apostasy. I can feel it beyond the door waiting for me. Now, all this time, Ian's point of view has been in white text, but suddenly it turns into an ombre black to blue, and then there's a line through the text, and then it's blue to black before it goes back to white. So I think we're saying that something's going on. So in the blue-black text, or black to blue text, I stumble up eroded steps, press a bloodied hand against the door. I look to you and see a glimmer I have never seen in your blue eye before. You nod. I push. The door shifts easily, and we are in the heart. There's a line through the story, and then it says, blue to black. The party is gasping behind us. I do not gasp, but I do look up. We are in a ritual chamber, back in white text. Tall, high, and roughly cylindrical, though impossible to tell from how thick the walls have been overgrown with flesh. It is thick, red-purple, uneven, and rough and skinless. If you couldn't guess from some of the other stuff going on, this is the part where the trigger warning may be very, very, very relevant. Just letting you know. Okay. I have seen this place before, in the memories of the one I care for, but it is different now. The flesh is sickly, run through with black tendrils. Sores ooze ugly pus. The 1,000 eyes scattered across the flesh are fluttering and swollen with blood. It runs down to the floor, where channels have been painstakingly carved into the stone, spiraling around in a complex, infinite dance before they flow to a single basin. The only light comes from a single, undying campfire, embers burning low. I tilt my eye up and shine my floodlights on the thing in the wall. Oh! Oh! We have swapped into Xenophon. That's what happened. Because Floodlights is Xenophon. So I didn't realize that that swap was swapping into Xenophon's point of view. Thank you for hydrate, everybody. Make sure to stay hydrated, as Arctic is always the same. Sushi, we've got the we've got the hydrate frog too. If you have seen that one, you recently got those, so you might not have found him. Boop boops. There he is. Okay. Something within me turns. It is a massive, gaping maw, 4 meters tall and lined with rough bone teeth. Darkness looms inside as it widens and tightens. Gasping, desperate, hot breaths. Saliva and blood pour from the mouth. Even without life, I can tell this thing is on the outermost edges of it. So it's very nearly dead. It twitches slightly, and I sense something shift within the darkness of its gullet. The lips move again, and I prepare for the voice I have heard the beast speak with. It does not come. Instead, there is a voice double-layered over itself. Partly the beast, yes, deep and thrumming and impossibly old and tortured. But overtop that, subsuming it, the cruel, cutting voice I have heard from the mouth of a scarred prophet, the Ian of old. Yaldabaoth speaks, with Ian's voice as well. All caps every time, and strangely outlined with black, very, very, very small ways. Welcome home, seed. If I had blood, it would have gone cold. I see the others shiver in place. Ian does not move. The voice is deeply wrong on every level, incompatible with life. You were always to return, I knew it. Here in this heart of hearts, womb of wombs, I have burned the bones and read the futures, and all the cracks lead here. I have waited. I have been hungry, so hungry. It gurgles and blood bubbles in the corner of its mouth. It takes me a moment to realize it is laughing. Finally, my rogue organ arrives. I'm confused. I look to Ian, and her face is as impassive as mine. I am confused. I thought this thing was exploited, taken advantage of. No, it was fully manipulating. It was, Also, it's part Ian now, the other Ian. And now we have black to red and red to black. So I think that we're going back to Ian here in a second. Black to red. Then I hear the strangled, booming cries underneath that voice, and once again something dark and implacable shifts inside Yaldabaoth's maw, drawing itself out. Red to black. I am crawling, clinging to life by sharpened teeth, dragging myself forward. This is the old Ian's point of view. Oh. I am clinging to life by sharpened teeth, dragging myself forward with bloodied stumps of fingers. I will not die here. I will not die here. I will lay my eyes on the great water. I will scream as bone catches in my open wound, shredding my flesh further. There is no one left to hear it. Or I scream as bone catches in my open wound. Far above, I can hear the engines of war. The city is a part of me.
I feel my walls breaking, toppling under the pressure. I feel the vast, dead holocausts swarming on the streets as this great tomb begins to sink down, down, soil and peat and mud and earth falling into great heaps onto us. I can feel the terrifying, unfamiliar sensation of something far older and more terrible than myself hanging over me. I thought myself a god, life and death bent to my whim. But even here, I can feel the warping of the black moon hanging over this city. This is a true god. The shaded godling raising his hand up before his army. Through hundreds of lengths of dirt and stone, my eyes meet his. There's only world weariness in those eyes, and still my city continues to sink, the sun blotted out by this dark occlusion, the tendrils of light wrapping around the god as he has come to hate, in the crackling of the bones. I can see his tomorrow. The seeds of apostasy are in his heart. His mind and soul has been forged on the battlefield. He is a god-slayer, a death-bringer, and he has seen the carnage his patron demands of him. He will not stop now. He will kill me, and then he will march on his master to kill it too. Neither of them knows this, of course. They are cursed to live only in the present, in the now. So this is not the past Ian. This is the monster god thing. Oh my gosh. And now, he will kill me. I drag myself up these stone steps across the channels cut into the floor. Maybe not. I don't freaking know what this is. I don't know what this is. Okay. Across the channels cut into the floor. My fresh blood mixes with the stale ichor as the dying voice of a guard greets me with trepidation. We are both dying. I gasp. This city will be my tomb as well as yours if we do nothing. I reach up, tattooed hands gripping the teeth, using the last of my strength to force them apart, drawing my knife from inside my belt loop. What else will you take from me? The beast begs. Everything, I answer. What is it? This is where I need dew, and dew is gone. What is it that we were fighting? The black moon hanging over us. There's so much I'm so confused about. Ah! But anyways, that last thing, everything I answer is black to blue. Then there's a line through, and it's black to red text. If they were doing consistent color, I would be able to follow who the frick we're talking about, but I am so lost. I feel like I wonder if this was the intention. To confuse me. And that is all. Okay, hydrate, stretch. Oh my gosh. We're at about halfway through the epilogue. Giant freaking thing. Oh, quick stretch. Quick stretch. Okay. Red to black, it says, "This is not a tomb for the beast," I realize. This is your tomb. Ian nods. Black and white. She is still staring at Yaldabaoth. We watch as it widens, and the thing inside emerges into the cold white light. It is a tongue. Huge and prehensile, purplish and swollen as it extrudes forth out of the mud. Oh God. There, embedded into the purple flesh of the tongue muscle, is a man. His legs trapped inside while his upper half reaches forward. Familiar tattoos spread across his arms and torso, circling a gaping, collapsed wound on his chest. It is old, rotting, gangrenous. His face is the one we have seen before. A sharp nose, straight dark hair, stark gray eyes. No hair out of place and no blemish on his skin. A tall crown formed of twisted and sharpened bones sits atop his head. Don't stay awake. Go to bed. It's okay. Please. Please take care of yourself and please sleep. This being is utterly perfect in construction, but something about it all still screams wrongness.
It takes a moment to register, but the light and the warmth I have come to expect behind those eyes is gone. So this is the past Ian, with no light behind the eyes. Is dead, but still being used, I think. When he speaks, he does not open his mouth. He only smiles as the god maw behind him flaps instead. Stolen away by traitors, scum, heretics, and apostates. The statement is undercut by a soft, deep screaming. Two voices wrapped around one another. It is hard to tell where one stops and the other begins. But it returns back to its spawning ground. I have been so hungry, so hungry for so long, but I am to be full soon. Come. The tongue draws a few meters closer, the Ian crucified on it, extending a claw hand. My Ian shakes her head. I can see her, all of her. Her voice does not quiver. Her feet do not tremble. I wish I could tell her how proud of her I am. I am not you, I guess that Ian says. You are what I cut out of my chest. You are what has been inside me. Festering, rotting, I had to remove you to make room for more. More of what? I ask, and for a moment the devourer's attention turns to me. I look into its eyes, and it is clear to me that I am not the only thing in this room that is not truly alive. A mechanical mind, an abortion of humanity, perversion of flesh. You are impressive insofar as you are disgusting. Don't do that, Toast. Please look after yourself. Come on. It casts a hand out. One of the tendrils of flesh springs forward, toothed vine wrapping around the base of my feet. I cannot move. More, more, always more. The hunger does not stop. I teeter on the verge of godhood. I will become Yaldabaoth, the world maker, the devourer. All I require is one last meal. The soldiers behind me shout, raising their guns. They fire wildly into the wall of flesh. The bullets rip through it, tearing flesh from hidden bone, shredding the meat. The blood gushes from the bullet holes freely. The gunfire is deafening. Yaldabaoth goes limp, and for a moment the gunfire stops. And as we watch, the flesh knits itself back together again from congealed blood, bone reconstructing itself, skin burning over the patches. The devourer straightens, and a wet, hacking noise erupts from his lungs. I realize he is laughing. These are the vermin you ally yourself with. These are the vermin who were born to eat, to consume, to devour. He raises a finger. More tendrils erupt from the floors and wall. They tear rifles from hands, force our party to the floor. Soldiers drop, dragged to the ground by the invaders. Katsaros is grappling with her own attackers. Her hand reaches out and grips one of the tendrils. It chokes to death, swelling with black blood, but is replaced by two more. I am insatiate. I have waited here for so long. How are you alive? You should have long since starved. I have no idea who said that. It's just that somebody said that. I have been hiding in this darkness for 3,000 years. There was nothing to do but eat. The corners of the maw tilt up. So I ate and ate and ate and ate, satiated for a moment, and then the hunger returns. It always returns, so I ate more until there was nothing left. Ian's eyes widen, and for the first time I see Yaldabaoth in full. Not two presences intertwined, but one entirely contained, consumed by the other. This Ian is not inside the devourer. The devourer is his mouth. He has eaten the entire old beast, flesh, bone, tooth, blood, and all. That's what I thought happened. So the old Ian did not get eaten and is sitting on the devourer's tongue. The old Ian ate the devourer, and then even himself, I think. Someone, maybe it's us, says, "You are a cancer. You are spreading through this city, consuming and consuming, endlessly devouring the very thing you live in. You are the last meal I need, my runaway piece of divinity. The heretic stole you away, but finally you arrive like a lamb to your slaughter. She raises a hand and bites into her own flesh, letting her blood gush freely into the channels. She mutters something. The dozen tendrils growing on the floor are joined by a dozen more. These red, pink, young flesh and fresh blood. They snatch and twist at the others, the flesh wrestling with itself long enough to free the soldiers. They scramble backward. Under our feet, the god groans in agony. It fights. So I think that this is actually Ian that's been saying it to the other Ian. We were one once, many years ago. That was an old life, a different life. I am not yours anymore, and you are not mine. Yaldabaoth makes that same hacking half. Everything I lay my eyes on is mine. I alone see the boundaries of my domain. You were a part of me once. You can have this power to reshape the world, to align it with our image, our desires. Come back to yourself. Ian does not speak. I see you. You have been so alone for so long, a wolf living among the sheep. You have come to think of yourself as prey. Look, look. I watch as one of the tentacles dig under a soldier's helmet. I do not see what happens under his visor. A second later, he goes limp, and blood gushes freely from underneath. Hussein screams. We have been destroyed 10 times over. Reduced to naught but scorched bone. Yaldabaoth's face bubbles, scorches, and drips into nothingness, revealing rotting muscle. For a moment I see it for what it is, rot papered over into a beautiful ampule, and then the flesh reforms, melting back into a smiling face. And still we reform. You think this thing is related to us any more than a calf is related to its butcher? We lost our way when we forgot why we did this, when we decided controlling them was more important than letting them make their own fates. You know this. I know this. I know that Adatum would have burned to nothingness 10 times over were it not for me. I was the guide. I was the godhead. Men are stupid. They are sheep. They panic and they stampede. They need the wolves to keep them in their place. It smiles that false smile again. I am the wolf. We lied, Ian says, I guess. The smile falters. We lied to the ones we love. We lied. We deceived them. We preached all our ideals while we did this dark work beneath their feet. They were weak. They did not have the strength to do what needed to be done. Ian smiles sadly. No, they had the strength not to do it. Our mistake was not seeking power. Our mistake was bleeding an innocent thing for our benefit. It was not of the flesh. It was in its nature to kill, to dominate. It spoke. It thought. It wanted freedom. Her head twitches. Like us. Like me. You are not me. You are a shred of divinity I sawed away. Classic old Ian contradicting himself quite quickly. Please go to bed, Toes. Look after yourself. And no, we will not dehydrate Lahonk, you ridiculous goose. Okay, a tendril reaches forth. When I cut you out, I cast us into the deathless hell. Neither of us are human anymore. Neither of us ages. Neither of us dies, but every single waking moment, all I feel is hunger, starvation, a bottomless hole I cannot fill. Even after devouring a god, you taint my promised immortality. You are not human anymore. A twisted, foul, rotting smile. Yes, I am far, far beyond human. Yes, you have given up everything for power. You are the only one holding the whip.
just another slave master. That beautiful face abruptly contorts with hatred. We are not it, it shrieks. There are the Nalka and there are the prey. We are given this power. We can remake the diseased world. I see it in the cracks. You see it too. The black star lives again. The black moon is dragging itself out of the sea once more. The Nalka will spread again as we were always meant to. I'm ruining my scary voice. It's not a very convincing scary voice anyway, but still. Okay. Ian stares at it. I can see her thinking. I know her. She is smarter than this. She is smarter than this. There is no Nalka with you. You do not eat how we eat. You eat because it is all you know how to do. Because you are trying to fill a bottomless hole. There is a perversion of life here. Yes. You. The devourer's the devourer's lip curls. Whatever you were once, she says, you are not me anymore. We did not begin this to dominate, to assimilate. We began this to live as we wished. This is not how I wish to live. She pauses. I was gonna say scary? No. Forever no. My problem is that I would like scream. I would do a big voice. Like I can't make my voice two voices. One of them literally like unfathomable the way they were describing it. It's impossible. How else do you speak in all caps but scream? I'm technically ASMR. Come on, I can't do that. Even when I'm not under that category. I'm not that loud. Come on. No, illegal. Okay. It's not how I wish to live. For a moment, silence hangs in the air of the chamber. Then Yaldabaoth gurgles again and is laughing. Loved at our craved imperfection. He loved us only when we were weak. Once we improved, he grew jealous. Jealous of our perfection. Look, we are perfect now. He simply could not see that. The Yaldabaoth Ian smiles. He was a fool to his end. I do not even see my Ian lunge, but in a moment she is on the thing, clawing, screaming, tearing at its skin. There are no words, only animal rage. The tendrils loosen for a moment and I spring backward. The devourer is screeching in pain as she claws at it. Her flesh rots away, huge chunks becoming gangrenous before being replaced just as quickly. Her face is twisted with fury. The soldiers are getting up, trying to rush for the door. It is sealed shut. Katsaros is trying to rip it open. The floor is rumbling again. I turn just in time to see Ian, my Ian, being raised and flung into the far wall. I hear something crack. Her skull is caved in. In a moment, her bone and flesh knit itself back, and she scrambles to her feet, blood pouring down her face. Those gray eyes are lit in a way I have never seen before. I thought that was it for her. That was not it. Okay. I want to get to the end of this screaming thing, but it's also a good little thing. And now, yes, we will stop being technically ASMR and then properly be ASMR. Can we go? What? Who are you replying to? Stream bingo card. Ooh, you probably could. I'm worried though about how you cheat it, because half of it is like Raven gets giggle fit, Raven gets mad, does rage puff organically, and you guys would do that to me. I would bet that that's what you would do. There is already the little honk called Totally Fair Political Party. We only have one. And why is the goose defy Lord Herbert? That would be a bingo card with stuff that usually happens with the stream. Or every other stream. I like it. You can totally do that. I encourage it. But we're gonna do a... Oh geez, how much time do I need? I'm gonna say a 1 minute ad. and we're gonna do some redeems right after it. So I'm just going to hydrate and stretch while we run this ad. But then it's heartbeats. I have 3 heartbeats currently redeemed. I'm not gonna do all of them. I'm going to refund at least one of them, probably 2. But you guys go ahead and redeem whatever else. So here's your ad. I'm sorry, and here's your warning. There you go. And now I hydrate. Okay. I was gonna do these anyways. Okay. Oh, boop. And boop. Okay. Okay. Ooh, singing bowl. Yeah, you know us too well. I just don't. I knew you would be little shits, because that's all I have here. It's just a bunch of little shits. Alright, let's get the stuff ready though. Oh my goodness. We're almost done this story. Almost done. But I've still got at least a half hour left. I'm not gonna be done on time. Not current. Current trigger. Come on. We're gonna begin with the heartbeats. And we'll do that first. Can't redeem crane. Yeah, we're not doing an origami stream. You can't do those. Toast, I'm refunding that. We have 3 heartbeats redeemed. I'm not doing this. And I'm gonna refund somebody else. Yeah, but right now we're gonna do this. First, heartbeats. Just give me a minute while we swap mics, and I'm going to be muted so that it don't break your ears. Toast, we're not doing another kalimba. You know what I mean by that. Okay.
was more than enough heartbeat. So I will say that I did. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll take yours too. We'll do some hydrate, stretch, and posture check. I'll do after things, but hydrate. Now let's do singing bowl. I'll say that these will be the last redeems. And then we can get going. Why do things sound funny? Hold on. Okay, I figured out. It was just difference between the mic headphones is funky. Okay, singing bowl. Why was I muted? Okay, here. Now it's our singing bowl. Now we'll get the dice out. And, okay, fine. I'll also do snips, but that is the very last. No more redeems, okay? I need to finish this story. We are already over time. Alright. Dice, dice, dice. Okay. There we go. You didn't hear anything I said. I said, haha, very funny toast, but I'm not gonna do those right now because you've already got the other ones redeemed. Here is Sniffs. What the hell? Thank you for the bits. Let's drop some money frogs. Thank you for those. The on-screen celebrations are so cute. Because since I don't have the... What is it? I know Vi has it where it throws every emote all over the screen every time. It's so cute that they managed to do that through bits for someone like me who can't do it myself. That's so cute. Thank you. Okay, I continue sniffing. Okay, we're gonna get back to the story now. Very tense, and I'm gonna do a quick stretch and posture check for that. Ooh, big bad cracks out of Audible because there's like a little pillow. There's a little pillow that I has for like lumbar support here, and I think it mutes all the little back cracks. Okay. Dang, we've been streaming so long, I'm low on water. Okay. We jump back in. This should be the last of it, so there also shouldn't be any more redeems. We are wrapping up. Here we go. Okay. So, current Ian, she's pieced herself back together, and now past Ian, monster Ian, is screaming at her again after throwing her against a wall. You were never a person, little thing. You are a stray shard of my divinity, a chick that flew the nest. Parts do not have the right to secede the whole, to rob me of my rightful meal. Nadok did not, Sa'arn did not, Uruk did not, Love Jatar did not, you do not. You think of yourself as a person? You have cut out everything that made us who we were. You are not Ian, you are a hollow shell. You are the cocoon left behind. A pause. I made myself. I formed this flesh into shape. I made myself a person. I have dug my past up with my bare hands and found nothing of worth. I can see the bone knife dancing in her hands. I am Yun. You are the sum of my mistakes. I have foreseen this moment for thousands of years, laying here, dying and dreaming. I saw this would go differently, but I only need to consume your flesh, not your mind. Ian smiles. No, you forget you speak to yourself. I know as well as you that this cannot be done without a willing prophet. Yaldabaoth smiles back. And I have one. Whatever Ian was about to say next is cut off by the knife put through her lungs. Who do you think did it? I can see it. Who do you think? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Arctic. Yes, please don't terrorize me more. But oh my god. Who do you think is this? Who do you think is on Team Yaldabaoth? Who the fuck would be? Anybody? I'm glad your spook not been in since 1981. I I had 2 nickels for being terrorized in this dream. Wouldn't have thought. Okay. It was. Eva eases her to the floor, face impassive, moving like she is dreaming. She is hurt. I need to help her. I need to help her. The tendrils stop me from moving. My outstretched hands meet only air. I shout her name, but she simply twitches and gurgles from the floor, unable to believe her eyes. Eva slowly walking forward, ignoring the screams behind her, ignoring the rotten blood pooling around her snake feet, approaching the maw. The Ion beast gurgles in pleasure as she approaches. This one has seen it. This one has seen the weakness of humanity, the myriad failures of her mother. This one has felt the hunger I feel. Ion's face contorts with pain. She tries to drag herself up. A tendril slaps her back down. Ion draws closer to the devourer. It widens in preparation. The rumbling is growing louder. Somewhere I can feel something shifting. This one knows the purpose of flesh, to consume, to grow. We are a superior people. Our blessings are not gifted from the gods. We rip them out ourselves. We make our own gods. Eva's face twitches. The maw begins to open wide. You see it. You see what could be us. At the seat of a new empire, no one outside our grasp. Never helpless again, never to be controlled. No one to hurt us anymore. The hunger can stop. It never stops, Eva, Ion gasps. I swear it never stops. You failed, Ion, Eva says softly, eyes still on the abyss. You had all this at the tip of your fingers, and you cast it away for blood. Ion's blood bubbles by way of an answer. I see now. This is my purpose. I'm guessing this is Eva saying this, but... The security personnel are shooting at Eva now. The gunfire is deafening. It shreds her robes, her skin, her snake-like legs, but the flesh just reforms. She never slows her approach. A smile begins to spread on her face. This is what I was meant to do. And then I guess this is it in bold. I'm a little nervous. I don't know. It's also got the black outline like the Yaldabaoth voice. So I don't know if we're implying that her voice becomes Yaldabaoth or just, that to show that she is fully on Yaldabaoth's side. But this next sentence is like that. This is what you were preparing me for. Yaldabaoth opens, flesh parting and revealing the endless abyss. The others turn away, their eyes blinded momentarily. Human minds are not meant to see this. I am not human. I see it all. Flesh. A seed of flesh. An unborn fetus hanging in the wound, multiplying, growing, spreading, changing and becoming something else entirely. Then mangled, stabbed, and tortured by its brethren. Buried underneath a city, stretched across vast catacombs, wailing in pain, in agony, that would shred a mortal mind like soft flesh put to the sword. Unspeakable power, but trapped. A war in heaven, 3 gods cast to earth and a 4th. A black moon rising out of the sea, endless entropy given physical form, matter and light warping around it with sheer hatred for the continued existence of the universe. A father, a son, a man of no note or consequence imparted with the instructions in his mind, an army, and all the power of a fell god. A nameless boy in the galley of a slave ship, carried by dog-headed demons to a new world, stumbling across a vein of flesh and drinking the vigor deep, stealing the control of life. A living martyr preaching liberation even as he hangs by the neck from a poplar tree. Healing the ill slaves as they wage war on masters praised for his power. I'm gonna read that. I think this is specifically of how Ian supposedly died. Yeah, I'm very confused at that, but oh well. A vast city in the desert, besieged by this 3-pronged army, its walls crumbling and its gleaming towers collapsing into fire while a black moon blots out the sun. A massive wall defended by sorcerer nawabs and spirit beasts. The very earth beneath it crumbling and giving way as a black moon raises the tides higher, drowning a continent. A mausoleum city abandoned by all but the dead and the mad, sinking into the ground itself. Buried like a tomb by godling, his black moon hanging over him, the dissatisfaction growing in his heart alongside his power. This is all the stuff where I would be looking to do to help me out with understanding freaking any of this. We're gonna have a extra short little tidbit stream where it's just SCP Rounderhouse's bone proposal. What the fuck? I don't know what I would call it. A recap? I don't know. Where we get the what, huh? But okay. A scarred prophet looking over a city he does not wish to rule, wishing himself free of this place, of its pressures, of the terror of what will happen when he dies. A wounded god beneath his feet becoming the source of his undeath. His friends grow worries, scared. The purest of intentions warping and twisting, not under the influence of the divine, but the creeping desire for control, for authority, for power. A godling in black armor raising his army and marching to an island at the edge of the known world, here where his god resides, raising the power his patron installed in him, but still unable to kill a god, sealing it away, sealing the island away from the world, but the creeping tendrils of the black moon still slip out, dying spirals winding into the minds of those without faces. A forgotten cancerous organ of the Foundation. An insurgency over whom we no longer have any power. That's what Delta Zero is. They were always in a black box. Is that what that's about? Oh. And so the whole reason to keep pushing to come in would have been about feeding that. Oh my god. Okay. A mad witch king sitting alone, his clavigars learning of his sin and his betrayal, his torture of an innocent creature, the suffering their city is built on slipping away in the night. The godling laying waste to the raised dead. Immortality is but a song away, but he has sawed out a part of himself he needs. He is in agony. As his city falls, he drags himself into his torture chamber, binding himself to a dying god, waiting for his apotheosis, for his power. Eva sees it all too. She sees the unimaginable weight of the divine. It sings to her. She reaches out into this tortured womb. Ian finally drags herself up. The bone knife has cut through to her chest. Something about it has injured her where other wounds failed. Her eyes flutter, and she speaks in a weak, trembling voice. I'm so proud of you, little thing. Yeva's hand falters. I have been a coward. I should have said this many times. You are so beautiful. I have known you since you were a babe and seen you grow and change and adapt. I could have never foreseen what you would become. You shock me every day. Yeva's hand quivers, inches from the maw of a god. I should have trusted you. I am cursed this way to live life unforgetting and unforgiving. I am cursed to fear what would happen were I to draw my hand away. To hunger for control, I should have let you become who you were meant to be, as others have for me. You are already so much smarter and wiser than I was at your years. You're my daughter. You are my daughter. I have made so many mistakes in my lifetime. I have made errors that have killed thousands, ended civilizations. I have come to learn how many mistakes I made. But they do not make me who I am. My past does not make me who I am. There is temptation to live in the past, but it has no answers for us, only memories and dead men. I have countless regrets. Yeva's face turns towards Yun as she speaks between gasps, and she has an expression I have never seen before. I am not quite sure what it is. But you are not one of them. You have never been one of them. And you can do as you will. You have earned that, but all I ask is that you consider who we are and what it is. What? You are my beloved child, Eva. But you are also Haddock, who lived with his wife and tended to his crops, and had a son who he would die for. You are Puig, who died far too young but enjoyed the time he spent as part of us. You are Joik, who, and she interrupts her, was only glad that her children were not alive to see her like this. Eula, whose desperate wish for children was granted at the cost of her own life. Kunik, who carried so much wisdom in her old bones. Aditum is not a place, a set of ruins filled with sins and mistakes. We carry Aditum with us. You carry Aditum with you. Why do you consume them? She is struggling to hold herself up as the tendrils push her back down. Because they make me who I am. Her voice is uncharacteristically soft, like a child. Because I love them. Blood drips from Ion's mouth. Ask why it eats. The haze is gone. Her eyes are clouded with uncertainty. She looks back into the endless well. Why? Because all those beneath us are made to be devoured. Eva's face contorts with sudden understanding, then disgust, then rage. She raises the bone knife and stabs at the heart of a god. There is a deafening wailing, and then I see her thrown backward into the far wall. I hear her snap and she slumps. She does not move again. Ian screams as the floor begins to rumble. The devourer is writhing, screeching in agony. The whole chamber shakes, and I know that the rest of Aditum is shaking with it. The rocks begin to fall from high overhead, crashing down. And I know that the rest of Aditum is shaking with it. The rocks begin to fall from high overhead, crashing down. Oh, I missed. Okay. Crashing down and barely missing a few bodies. One strikes the floor and the stone crumbles. Katsuros pushes it and the rest falls to pieces. She shouts and the soldiers begin to push through, dragging the researchers with them. Ian has dragged herself over to Ieva's body. Her screams mix with Yaldabaoth's. The tendrils are loose now, loose enough to shake off. I approach her as the city comes apart around us. I put a hand on her shoulder, a simple act that terrified me once. How things change. Ieva is not dead, not yet. Her eyes are wide, flickering, and her neck is twisted on itself. She takes sucking, gasping breaths. Blood dribbles from a corner of her mouth. Ian is laying her hands on her, cutting her palms, whispering a prayer. I can see her neck setting itself. Not fast enough. Yaldabaoth is already recovering. The ichor gushes freely, but the screams have turned from ones of pain to ones of rage. The crippled, twitching tendrils of muscle on the floor are beginning to swell again. I shake Ian's shoulder. She does not stop her prayers, even as chunks of rock and bone and muscle come crashing down from the ceiling. I shake her again and she whips around. Her face has an expression I have seen once before, when she held Lovejatar dying in her arms. I will not leave her. I can see she is not lying. She will not leave her daughter, even if it kills her, buries her here with this abortive half-god. I do not want her to die. I do not want either of them to die. I cannot help being human, but I am not. I do not fear death. Take her. Her eyes widen as I force her to her feet, lifting Ieva's crumpled body, carefully supporting her neck. Go. I shove the Karcist into her arms. She is stronger than she looks. I have come to appreciate that about her. This is my fate. I have to do this. We make our own fate. Do you want to die? No, not anymore. But I do not want you to die.
I am not alive, Ian. I do not die. No, no, you will go. Take her. I will... You are weak. You cannot hold it back. You have given up enough of yourself already. She stares at me. Her body has been through incredible agony and pain. I do not understand why it is only now her great eyes are welling with tears. You gave me a life. Let me return the favor. She gives me that lopsided smile, even with the tears making tracks through the blood on her cheeks. I take a still of the sight. I would like to keep that with me. I was about to say the same. I wish we had more time together. Yes. The tendrils are rising up again. We are out of time. We are already out of time. I should have pushed her away minutes ago. Irrational. But I still wait for her to lean forward, stand on the tips of her toes, and press her lips against my shell. They leave a bloody imprint. And then I wrap my hand around her neck and throw her backward as gently as I can, through the doorway before the rock fall above it collapses, blocking her off. I cannot see her. I cannot hear her. She is gone. Good night, Yvonne. Rest well. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tucking them in bed. I'm so lost with your little chats. I gotta focus. Okay. Standing there, I learn what loss feels like. The devourer is in pain, but the rage has overpowered it. It is looking at me now, hateful and condescending. This is not Ian. Not in any way that matters. I have reduced legions of automata to shattered gold and metal. Am I like them? I speak slowly. I am buying time for them to get away. It pauses for a moment, like I do when pondering something, I realize. No, those were the Eastern Machines' creations. They had no mind of their own, just wind-up mechanisms marching forward. You are different. How? I can see it in you. You have felt it, felt the hunger for more and more power and knowledge, hunger that cannot be extinguished, hunger that drives you. For more knowledge, yes, but not for more power. More than that, hunger to feel as they feel, to desire as they desire, to know them completely. I feel a twinge of surprise, of camaraderie. This thing understands. Yes. In quotes, Xenophon says yes. But you understand you are not human. You see them as I do, rutting, half-formed animals that reach towards impossible desires. That is what defines them. They try to be greater than they are. I can feel the heat in my chest, the hunger that Ian talked about. And fail. There is nobility in their failings. We have not had to struggle to make ourselves. It rises up, warming my metal, blotting out my mind. I look at them and I want them to succeed. I want them to become something greater than they are. Why? I cock my head. I do not know. I focus on the picture in my mind of Ian smiling, crying. Then you are as flawed as any human. A mimicry of a mind. Goodbye, automaton. The tendrils rise up. My name is Xenophon. Xenophon. Goodbye. The last thought I have is that I finally made a mistake. I forgot to tell Ian something important. And then as the tendrils wrap around my metal frame, the excess heat from the reactor in my torso rises far past safe levels, and everything turns white. That last bit was red to black. There's a line between the story, and then red, or black to red, now red to black. We shift to Ian's point of view. I drag Eva along, feet bleeding, back through the catacombs. I dig through my memory while she gasps in my arms. I am trying to keep her alive along with myself, the burning wound in my chest sapping my energy. My thoughts are buzzing, racing. This place is collapsing, the walls caving in on themselves.
Lifetimes on lifetimes being buried once more. I will not be trapped here again. He died for me. He may not call it that, but I have seen enough death to know what it is. I will make it mean something. I will make it worth something. Adatum, the city I built, the city I destroyed, falls apart as my bloody feet carry me up, up, up the staircase as the temples and towers collapse, returning to the dust they was carved from. Sunlight overhead. I slip out and fall onto the grass. Ieva rolling ahead of me, moon overhead in the dark sky. I look up in terror for a split second, but no. The moon is silver, glowing. The soldiers are swarming, shouting orders. I hear deafening noises as a dozen trucks roll down the hills. Helicopters approach from the distance. They were prepared for this. I hear scattered words exchanged over static. I am not prepared for when the hole into Adatum bursts upward with a torrent of white-hot flame. It sears my skin as quickly as I heal it again, shoving Ieva further away. The inferno rises high into the air, forced upward by the pipe. It casts an orange, burning glow over this valley. I stare into the fire. I see no future, only myself. I hear a click to my left. I turn, Hussein, the doctor, standing over Ieva, holding a gun. But at once it is not Hussein. His face twists, contorts, swirls into nothingness. A mask falls off. A painting being ripped to shreds. What the fuck? Underneath there is someone, something else entirely, the absence of name, of identity. A hole where a person should be. And all that lies inside is a shifting shadow of something dark and impossibly old. Oh, dew on the grass, where are you? This is the part we needed you for. I should have started stream freaking 8 a.m. so that you could be here. Dang it! The thing squeezes the trigger. Ieva's body slumps. The creature turns and aims at me. I see down the barrel of his gun a perfect dark circle. A little black moon. I raise my hand and let out a strangled cry before I hear the gunshot. The thing's head bursts into a bouquet of red, flesh popping and blood spraying outward. Its gun drops and its body crumples. Behind it, the woman with the metal arm. Hell yeah, we got rid of Hussein. I knew he was a bad guy, I just didn't know it was also a monster. Oh my gosh. Not like a literal. Behind it, the woman with the metal rifle aimed at where the thing was standing. There was no time to thank her. I dragged myself to Ieva, my daughter, my beautiful child. There is an ugly gaping wound in her forehead. Her eyes are cold and gray and dead. There's only one thing I can do. My hands scramble into her robes for the knife and bring it down across my wrist. The blood gushes forth, more blood than I have ever given in this life. It rushes like an endless spring, and it is all I can do to hold Ieva to my arm, letting it fill her mouth, forcing it down her throat, even as my body weakens and my vision darkens. I have given too much. I have given too much. I see sparks of life appearing in Ieva's eyes. I see the woman with the metal arm cradling my head, shouting for aid. And then I see nothing at all. And then we have Delta Zero update. Hopefully we figure out what the fuck is going on. Personnel code Mile Ambrosia Hurricane. Package successfully activated at Locust Investigation Site. So, they planned, they built our robot. They were the ones that knew. So the bosses of 052 were the people that are in charge of Delta O, and they're the boss because they're the ones that are like, we are doing this, and you're gonna go along with it. I think that's about all they could do. I don't know why they're in charge of the 05, but they were. They knew that Hussein was bad, and so they had to go around him, and they have to keep secrets from him. Even though he, like, could they not have just killed him and done this separately? But I don't know, maybe because of other stuff. I don't know. But they also had, our metal arm. I'm forgetting her name now, finally. Freaking heck. Katsuros. Yes. There to be able to get rid of him as well. So that's good. But I don't know how much bigger Hussein's connection of nonsense is. The Black Moon, I guess. Alright. Package successfully activated at Locust investigation site. Director Hussein eliminated. 43 additional personnel eliminated. Site not located in Kabul. Investigation was misled. Attempt to eliminate Grand Karcist Ian failure. Oh, no, Delta Zero is the bad guys. Okay, never mind. Wait, are they? The Black Moon trying to kill the monster and Ian makes sense. But then getting rid of... Oh, man. I wish I knew exactly who is where. Attempt to eliminate Grand Karcist Ian failure. Secretary Ariadne Katsaros terminated embedded agent. Site 7 security too tight to attempt elimination of Xenophon.aic, but observation maintained for any irregularities. Further instructions to follow. And now we get back to the red and green bubbles. So hopefully this fully clarifies things. Red. Oh. I detonated my reactor. I destroyed myself. For her. Green. Yeah. Red. Then why am I still here? Ian. Where is Ian? Is she dead? Green says she's alive. Red. Show me. And then there's a weird yellow bubble on the same side as red interrupting things. I don't know what that's about. Yellow says, he is right. Hedara and I cannot delay for much longer. Download the automaton's mind. We must leave. Oh, what the fuck does that mean? My name is Xenophon, Red says. Green says, okay, sit tight, Xenophon. We're getting you out of here. Red, what is your name? Green, I'm Pandora. Give me a second and I'll introduce myself properly. Attached transcript. August 2042. Begin log. Xenophon. I am not dead. Unknown. Thankfully. The sound of distant waves and muffled voices in the next room. Xenophon. I cannot see. Unknown. Sorry, this is an older shell. Let me... There. Xenophon's cameras activate. He is standing in a small dusty room with cables, terminals, and technical equipment littered all around him. There are open balcony doors leading to a tranquil blue sea. Inside the room, an older researcher is standing by a laptop, looking over the shell with a nervous smile. Unknown. Hi. So I'm guessing that is... This was referenced a couple times! Okay, so a couple times we had... At the very start, people saying we don't want them to go and, like, assimilate into whoever they're studying. We don't want them to pull a Galanus. A Dr. Galanus. Well, Xenophon turns to them, he cocks his head and says, you are Dr. Pandora Galanus. Your transport craft crashed in the Indian Ocean 40 years ago. There were no survivors. You are supposed to be dead. Galanus laughs. There are wrinkles on their face and gray creeping at the roots of their curly hair. Galanus, makes two of us. Why did my brain read? Oh, okay. The wind flaps at the curtains by the door. Xenophon takes a slow, experimental step followed by another. Gingerly, he walks to the balcony, overlooking a crystal blue sea. A tall, pale woman with blonde hair and skin covered in golden prostheses is also on the balcony. A pair of ornate wings are folded behind her back. Ooh. Xenophon. Dr. Hedwig Nussbaum, you are wanted for questioning by Foundation Internal Security. Nussbaum. And are you going to turn me in? Xenophon. No, it's nice to meet you. Nussbaum. And you. I'm just seeing longest Raven stream. No, I've done a couple subathon stuffs, and I'll tell you, I am trying to plan another. I only I'm only saying it because you brought it up, but no details. And it would be a donathon this time. But definitely not my longest. And we could try again at that record soon. But not right now. No, we are finishing this and going the heck to bed. Okay. Are you going to turn me in? No, it's nice to meet you. Nussball, and you. They shake metal hands. From outside, it is clear this balcony is on the side of some fortress or castle. A dozen meters below, a dock juts into the water with a small freighter moored to it. A woman with a metal arm and a man with an eye patch sit on crates, playing cards. Their rifles are close at hand. Xenophon, where are we? Ian. Xenophon. Ian slowly limps through the door. Her robes are tattered, and she is dragging an IV pole with her, tubes leading to her veins. She is smiling weakly. Before she can approach, Xenophon steps forward and wraps his arms around her. He does not let go. I thought... Aww. She leans forward and presses her lips against the new, unmarked shell. So did I, little thing. Xenophon finally releases her, taking a step back. He cocks his head. How? I saw you die trying to save Eva. I saw myself die. None of this should be possible. Ian, I pushed all my cursed blood into her. I would have died were it not for a timely intervention by our new friends. A blood transfusion. She nods at Nussbaum. Xenophon, you spent all your blood. Does that mean... Ian, I can die now? I don't know. She smiles. Something to discover. Together. Xenophon, I have a GPS uplink. We are in the middle of the Aegean Sea. There should not be an island here. Unknown. Perceptive. Xenophon turns to the far end of the room. An older man in a suit is standing and facing the group. He appears to be in his 50s, with a short beard and close-cropped gray hair. He speaks in an unidentifiable accent. Xenophon, I know your face. You are... Administrator. The Administrator. Franz Williams. I know they call him Administrator, but I'm going to call you Franz, then. Xenophon, I was going to say the Black Star. He smiles. Franz, a name I have long since abandoned. Xenophon, I have discovered a new emotion. Galanus, what's that? Xenophon, frustration. I am tired of being pulled back and forth without knowing what is going on. I am tired of playing someone else's games. I would like answers. Me too. Franz, after what you've been through, I think that's more than fair. Ask away. Xenophon, how am I... Administrator, alive? Xenophon, close enough. The Administrator gestures at Galanus. Galanus, every 48 hours your personality matrix was backed up by satellite uplink to Site 7 servers. It was a precautionary measure in case you ever went native, in quotes. No offense to present company. They nod at Nussbaum, who returns it. Xenophon, I was not aware of that. I thought I was destroying myself to save others. Galanus, that's part of what we wanted to figure out, whether you were human enough to be trusted. Xenophon, am I? Galanus, you tell me. Xenophon pauses, then nods. Then, all of what I saw, you knew all this happened 2 days ago? Galanus, no, that's the other half of what we needed to determine. What happened in the last moments down there? And no, we've been trying to get at you for about a month now, but Site 7's locked down even harder than normal, as is every other Foundation facility on the planet. Xenophon, why? Galanus, while you were down there, an explosion was set off in the location the Locust team was investigating. 33 personnel were killed, including Dr. Hussein. Xenophon, that's not possible. Dr. Hussein was with us the entire time in Black Adytum. Galanus, that wasn't Dr. Hussein. Oh, yes. Over the past month, there have been 85 strikes against high-security Foundation facilities. 16 directors have been killed, at least 100 personnel before the communication blackout orders came down. Critical operations sabotaged and high-value anomalies stolen. All of it done with insider knowledge and training.
all of it performed by Foundation personnel whose bodies we later found having been dead for days. Their identities were stolen. Xenophon, like Hussein. Katsaros, we are at war. Xenophon, with an army we can't see and allies we can't trust. Xenophon, who? Why? Katsaros, Delta Wave, the insurgency. From our fractured understanding, a rogue cell of the Foundation intended for deniable operations started in the early 20th century to extract secrets of weaponized memetics from occupied Europe. Decommissioned after World War II and secretly re-established by 0511, shortly after the Yamani Ram incident for control over his enemies, allies, and the Foundation at large. Members were trained in memetic espionage, had their own identities memetically erased. Xenophon, the Face Eaters. Katsaros, yeah. And when old man Kondraki died, something else flowed into the hole where their identities used to be. They're taking orders from something else now. Xenophon, the Black Moon. Franz, it has held as many names as I have. The Abominate, the Wretch, the Apostate, the Fourth God in the Triarchy, Banished, Forgotten, Technology, Nature, Life, Entropy, the inevitable tendency of any system to decay into disorder, into chaos. It lays its eggs into your mind, it gives you invented purpose. Kill him, take that city, destroy that kingdom, set fire to the entire world just to watch the embers die. He turns and stares out at the calm blue sea, like I did. Xenophon, where are we now? Franz, a forgotten Foundation installation on the island of eastern Samothrace. Xenophon, why can't I find it on any map? Administrator. Franz, because the insurgency has given the Black Moon a ready-made army and a way out of its watery tomb. Because all of you have come face to face with the unbridled power of a god and managed to resist it. Something even I failed to do centuries ago. Because many of you saw this storm brewing on the horizon because I need your assistance. Xenophon, to do what? Franz, to right my wrongs. A 3,000-year-old armistice has come to end. This occult war has begun again, and it will not end until the gods and their prophets are dead. The end. Wasn't that freaking spoopy? So there is previous ones, there's Bone Preludes, I guess all these things that would play in, and then there's a coming soon, so we really, the next piece of this still isn't even out. Wow. You hate us because you are streaming 24/7. I don't know what you're implying by that. If you mean that because I'm not streaming 24/7, it makes me hate you, or if you are saying I hate you and the proof is that I'm not streaming 24/7. Either way, this is very false. Because I do not hate you. Stop that. I am doing what I can with streaming. I'm doing what I can. The latter, I think. I would think. But I don't know. Well, that is the end of Rounderhouse's bone proposal. I think what I'll have to do is I'll have to ask to drop in my YouTube comments when this is done, this sort of summary, and I'll just have to reply in the comments of that, being like, oh, that makes so much sense because of XYZ, and we'll all finally have closure on that. But I think this properly ties most of it, and I think we follow what has happened. If you don't, we will all gently beg do to explain things. I would love to know exactly the angles, but I think that he has just explained it. They were the Faceless from a different thing, and the Black Moon people took them over. And so Director Hussein was eliminated along with a bunch of other people, but that was irrelevant to this. And then the site being located in Kabul or not, I'm not sure what that's about. And yeah, wow. Okay. Well,
yeah, we've been telling you to go to bed for a while. With that, I'm going to do a big stretch as you have given me the redeem to do. And I will ask Fett, who the heck are we raiding? Ooh, big back cracks. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. No, I just did. I'm refunding you. Stop it. 1 sec. I ain't sleeping till stream is over. Well, it will be. Get yourself in bed if you aren't. Alright. Okay. With that. Wow, what a story. Okay. I was meant to cover the one you did. I already did. I refunded you because you have ones stocked away, and that's why I'm saying I'm doing them. I refunded because I already did have you pay for that. And you don't need to pay for them when I choose to do them. I can pay them with my own ribbits, which is infinite. Thanks for reading stream. Oh, thank you. I stumbled and I'm wild. I feel like I need to pick some shorter stories that I can read for YouTube without interruptions for you guys, so that if there's people that want to just listen to me jabbering without chat chaos, but at the same time, the chat chaos is why I am fun, silly chaos, and I like that. I don't know. Let's go check out Rennie. So let's get our raid messages ready. Raid 1, raid 2. Aw, thank you. You torture me because you love me, I think. I was very, very pleased to hear that you're so great, Raven. After all that, just a little bit. Just a reminder that you're not torturing me because you hate me. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I wonder. Alright, yes, let's get our messages copied. For whatever reason, I'm not copying it very well. Oh, there we go. Finally. Nope. And it messed itself up already. Well, okay. We will just do the end screen. Bye. And we will go to Rennie. We have Cozy Grove soon. Tomorrow, correct? I have to remind myself of what day is which. We have Cozy Grove. My brain is so bleh. And then we have a break. And we will have hand cam. And then we will have power wash with Cage and Mask again as my last stream at Vi's Apothecary. I know, but then I will be back at Emerald Lake after a few days, and we will be able to do origamis again. I think that is what I will start off with, because we have missed our origamis, and we're getting very close to cranes. I want to do that. Okay. Oh wait, I should have clicked this. Everybody, let's prepare for raiding into Rennie stream. I hope you've got messages. Away we are going. Thank you so much for the nice words. And yes, I do see the last chats, even though I can't see them right now. As soon as I raid over, things get settled, and I'll be able to see what you say in a minute. So don't say anything bad. Okay. Well, yeah, let's go say hi. We're gonna lounge in a hot tub with Rennie. Here we go.